back to work today. And it's cold up here, too. It's about 39 degrees in Washington as well.
A rare day we're about the same temperature, at least for a while. We know, Mike, that they moved this forward with the Rules Committee to the full House. Now, Speaker Mike Johnson has said he expects this to pass the House. So where are your thoughts right now on where we're at?
I expect at 4 o'clock today we'll vote to open the government back up. I think there might be a couple usual suspects within our caucus who might vote no, but I think there might be some Democrats who actually might vote yes. I think it's the common sense thing to do. And again, Ryan, you and I have talked about this for weeks now. This was much to do about nothing. There was no real changes that took place. The best thing we can do to keep this economic comeback is to make sure we have the government open so we can push to go more policies that work. And so we want to continue the good work. As you know, we already cut taxes. Interest rates are down. The stock market's doing well. But shutting down the government was a nasty situation where people were, as we're seeing again this morning, stranded at the airport. People were not getting paid for their good work. And I'm so glad that Democrats have finally seen the light.
Yeah, I want to get more on that in a second. But we do want to hear from Chuck Schumer. Democrats have said mostly they will vote no. We saw it in the Rules Committee. They all voted no. Here's what the minority leader had to say. Then let's get your reaction.
Republicans now own this health care crisis. They knew it was coming. We wanted to fix it. Republicans said no, and now it's on them.
So, Congressman, a lot of finger pointing at leadership on the Dem side, asking what was accomplished during this. They did not get health care concessions. We know a debate is coming up. How might that look next month?
Well, let's also be perfectly clear about his thing, the Republican health care crisis. The Democrats created Obamacare. It failed so much so that they had to subsidize it.
So that was Congressman Mike Herodopoulos earlier today. Want to get you live now outside the courtroom in Volusia County where Sheriff Mike Chitwood reacting to the sentencing of this Jorge Rivera that we just talked about a minute ago. Let's go ahead and listen in.
And you deserve to create chaos. So what that judge just did in that courtroom was she sent a message to Volusia County, all law enforcement, you wear a uniform, okay? If somebody attacks you after they point at you or whatever it is, it's your fault. I don't care what she said. Good conduct medals, he should turn him back in. He's a piece of shit. He's a scumbag, and he went out of his way, attacked our deputy. The place, it was chaos because of what they did. There's a reason she lost her job, okay? There's a reason why we did what we did. There's a reason why we're all here. It's not open season on law enforcement. She made her decision. We got to respect it. We ain't got to like it. And I think law enforcement in Volusia County should know that. I've never seen a judge sit there for 2 hours to justify their decision. When you're talking like that, you're losing. And she knew when she looked out here at all of us that she's blaming the deputy because the guy pointed a finger in your face. Think of it. What's the human reaction if I point at you? All the training in the world, you're going to smack the hand away. And then you're allowed to complete mayhem like that? She didn't mention that he hit her, the force of the shot and how big he was. You know, you can hear it in her voice. Oh, this was all the deputy, it was all the deputy's fault. That's the argument that you get from the woke crowd. Everything's the cop's fault, right? And you know what all this was over? The kid got a civil citation. Kid didn't get a felony arrest, all the other stuff that went on. You got a school teacher in there. This is an absolute smack in our face. It's a smack, and we're all here to support Deputy Curtin, and to blame her for what happened, it's bullshit. I think it sucks. But we respect the decision. You know, she made the decision. We all got to live with it. But I'm allowed to say it sucks. I thought it was kind of interesting that she had to say multiple times that you have, respect it or whatever. And you walk out of the courtroom, well, you worried about what I'm going to say? You're goddamn right. You're going to worry about what you're going to say, because we're going to have our say out here. You got our say in here. It's great. We will respect it. But you come up for re-election, we're going to let people know that you don't stand for law and order. What you stand for is disorder.
And what was your reaction kind of at the end when she said that Deputy Curtin needed more training?
My head almost exploded. I think that shows she knows nothing about what we do for a living. Nothing. We are not going to allow someone to stand face to face and shove their finger in our face. We're not going to allow somebody to shove chairs at us. We're going to take action. So what she basically said was, you're allowed to defend yourself against law enforcement. You're allowed to attack them if you don't like the way, or you don't get an answer. She tried to answer. You saw the video. Anybody that looks at that video, if you come to the same conclusion you did, well, then you're just as much as an idiot like she is. But anybody that watched that knows that who was the aggressor, who came in with the attitude the entire time. How many times did the deputy have to say, we're not going to talk about this anymore, I'm trying to explain it to you? Apparently she didn't see it. So to be honest with you, I think this whole thing sucks. She made a mockery out of it, and she sent all of us back on the street, and every officer in Volusia County is going to pay the price for that. Because now, if it's not open season on us normally, now it's even more to the point, what? Well, just as soon as the deputy does something that you don't like, or the deputy says something like, there, it's open season. You can attack them. I don't know what she saw in that video. I've watched that video probably as many times or more times than she has.
Excuse my ignorance.
No, they're not being ignorant.
Was the deputy disciplined?
No.
Okay.
No. No. And anybody that watches that would say, why would the deputy be disciplined? She did exactly what she's supposed to do. She's up against a superior individual who's out of control. You're goddamn right you're going to pull your taser. And when you get knocked down and you lose your taser, you transition to your firearm, because if not, he could use that taser on you, and now he's got your firearm. That's the way we're trained. But I'll go back to a basic way of doing things. Somebody, anybody, you get a finger shoved in your face, you're going to react. And smacking it away, the responses get knocked cold and create a melee in school. So, like I said, we're law and order. We respect it. We'll live with it. But that doesn't mean it's not allowed to be criticized.
Anything else you want to say?
Nope.
Gotcha. Thanks, Sheriff.
All right. Thank you.
Volusia County Sheriff Mike Chitwood calling the 45-day sentence of Jorge Rivera a smack in the face, saying that he's concerned about the message that sends to folks about what is acceptable behavior with school resource officers, with deputies and other law enforcement officers. You did hear, and he was expressing his frustration about some of what the judge said in justifying the decision there. He referred to good conduct and other things that worked in Rivera's favor in kind of reducing the sentence. Also talked about the criticism of how the deputy handled that situation. We'll try to get some of that sound for you from the hearing. Again, that wrapped up right at the start of our show as we saw Rivera being put in handcuffs. So we are continuing to monitor that. We'll try to get you some of that sound so you can get some of the backstory, some more of that conduct, that context. But Sheriff Chitwood not happy about that sentencing. Jorge Rivera, 45 days in the county jail after pleading no contest to that incident and that alleged assault that happened at Deltona Middle School last November. We are going to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we still have a lot to get to, so don't go anywhere. And we'll be right back in just a couple of minutes here on Fox Local and on YouTube.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Kind of wild to be able to see the northern lights this far south.
Right. Here we are with freezing weather. Not normal for this time of year. We get frost, and now we're getting the northern lights. The only thing we don't have are polar bears. Can we do something about that?
Yeah, no thanks.
We've got black bears, but it's not polar bears. Yeah, unusual to say the least. We've had a geomagnetic storm, and this has been on a severe magnitude, and it's pretty rare. I mean, to see the northern lights this far south, this is a picture from our parking lot here in Seminole County from where we broadcast at our Lake Mary studios from Rodney Dubé. He's one of our floor directors. Just went outside yesterday evening, took this picture. You can see the hot pink on the horizon. Essentially, the sun burped, and this coronal mass ejection of energized particles came slamming into Earth, and in doing so, excited the oxygen and nitrogen particles in the upper atmosphere, the uppermost atmosphere, way, way up there in the exosphere, the thermosphere, and produced these epic sights. Look at this one from Alexandria Opal over in St. Cloud with the stars there and the pink hue. Now, with a lot of these photos, the iris had to be open for between 3 and 10 seconds. It didn't look quite as bright to the naked eye. And we may see kind of a repeat performance tonight where you notice a little bit of a lightness to the sky. And if you have your camera on and open up the iris for 10 seconds, it'll start to pick up some of that color. Now, if you're farther north, you'll see a lot more color. But I mean, the fact that we're seeing this at all is pretty wild. That's from Lake County, from Randy Daniels looking through the lanai. And another one from Rockledge, this from Jose. Last night, just a beautiful shot there of the purple hues against the palm trees. So we are in the peak of the 11-year solar cycle when the sun is most likely to express solar flares and what are called coronal mass ejections. It's like a giant bomb goes off on the surface of the sun and expels all these energized particles. Now, solar flares will send energy toward the Earth at nearly light speed. Coronal mass ejections is the physical expulsion of energized particles, so it takes time to get here. And in doing so, our satellite can sense it, and then we can forecast, yeah, we've got an aurora on the way because we're going to have a geomagnetic storm. A geomagnetic storm is when those energy particles hit the atmosphere and it interacts with our magnetosphere, our magnetic field, and it creates a geomagnetic storm where it actually compresses that. See those blue lines around the Earth? It'll actually kind of compress those blue lines closer to the Earth, and it creates this amazing energized particle. Here's what happens, a close-up view. The solar energy hits the oxygen and nitrogen particles, exciting them, and transforms them into a plasma sort of state of matter. And that's what you can see with those rippling greens and reds. And the magnetosphere essentially protects us from what would be deadly solar radiation. And so when you see the aurora at night, it's a reminder that there's an active live process on the Earth that's physically protecting us from what would be devastating radiation from above. And that's what happened to Mars. A lot of scientists theorize that the liquid metal core of Mars cooled and solidified, turning off that magneto, that dynamo that creates the magnetosphere. And ours is thankfully still active. No signs that it's going to turn into a solid core. But if Mars had life, it might have been billions of years ago before that thing turned off, because essentially when that spinning liquid core becomes solid and it turns off the magnetic field, it allows that solar radiation not only to kill everything on the planet, but physically the solar winds remove bits of atmosphere, and over tens of millions, hundreds of millions of years can reduce the atmospheric pressure. That's why Mars not only is devoid of life at this point because of its complete and constant onslaught of solar radiation, but also has very low atmospheric pressure, where if you were to take off your spacesuit, you'd boil immediately till you're gone. So the magnetic field protects us and also is the driving force to produce these incredible views from above. And the forecast tonight features the aurora over the northern tier, Maine, New Hampshire, Minnesota, up into Seattle. You can look straight up and see it. Now, if you're in the Carolinas or DC or Oklahoma City, you may be able to see it on the horizon clear as day. And once you get into Florida, see that line? That's kind of like the southernmost extent of the line of where your camera could pick it up, like what we saw yesterday. Now, unlike the weather forecast, the solar forecast is even harder to predict because we're predicting something on the sun, right? And the sun kind of does what it does. So there's a potential that if we do have a geomagnetic storm tonight, it could be even stronger than last night's, making for an even more amazing display. We saw that on May 10th, 2024. That was our last aurora display here, and it was a G5 magnetic storm. Last night's was a G4.
Is that why we're seeing it down here, just because of the strength of it?
That's exactly right. Yeah, typically we see like a G1 or a G2. It's like the hurricane scale. It goes from 1 to 5. And those are the ones you see up in like Greenland or Alaska. But when they get big enough, it'll actually stretch the magnetic sphere so that the auroras happen at lower latitudes. And we've seen it as low as the Caribbean when it's an incredible geostorm. So that's always something neat to see when it's a G5. But it can also interrupt satellites and communications and create voltage where there wasn't voltage before. So say you're a lineman, you're working on power lines, and you depower the power lines. And this has happened in history in the late 19th century. I think it was the 1890s with the telegraph system. Somebody was killed when they interacted with a telegraph line that did not have power to it, but there's so much solar radiation coming in from this onslaught from a geomagnetic storm, it added voltage to these lines. And so when we get into these kinds of situations, it can fry motherboards, especially satellites that are outside of the Earth's magnetic field, and wreak havoc on systems here on Earth. So while we get to enjoy this beautiful display, it can be a busy day for engineers.
Impacts seen and unseen.
Yeah, even pipes. If you're dealing with piping systems, pipelines, it can create a voltage in the pipeline. Isn't that crazy?
That is crazy.
So that can cause fires, explosions if you're talking about gas pipelines.
Wow.
So anyway, let's get to the weather.
Yeah.
So back on Earth.
Getting rid of these cooler temperatures.
That's right. The big weather story is a return to sanity, considering where we are on this planet, Florida, and the time of the year. 56 right now at Daytona, beautiful shot there. Next 12 hours, we start to shake the frost from our shoulders, and indeed, we're going to warm up to about 68 degrees for 3 o'clock. So you can hear the construction of the climate bringing us back to normal. It's going to take a couple more moments where you hear the drills going, the jackhammer's working, but it's going to move all this cold air out of here. High pressure is overhead, and that's going to be the driving force for warming things up. So we'll go from 69 in Orlando today at 67 in Ocala, 71 in Melbourne, to highs reaching 80 this weekend. Now tomorrow morning we've got a cool start, but nowhere near as cold as it was today. We started today off in the 20s in Ocala. Tomorrow it'll be in the upper 30s. It'll be about 48 to 50 in Orlando. So cool, but not frigid. Now, as we look ahead, major temperature swings lay ahead. As we get into the weekend and beyond, into the middle of next week, about a week from today, we'll easily see temperatures rising in the mid-80s as temperatures go from 15 or 20 degrees below normal to 5 to 10 degrees above normal. And where you see the red, those are temperatures that are up to 20 degrees above normal in the Midwest and Southern Plains. So let's look ahead even further. Thanksgiving, yeah, a couple weeks away. There are signs that our amplified jet stream pattern will continue, where we'll have this seesaw effect depending on what side of the country you're on. While the East Coast is warm, the West Coast will be cold. While the West Coast is cold, the East Coast will be warm. So it's just a matter of what side of the seesaw we'll be on come Thanksgiving. And at this point, it looks like we'll be either in the middle or on the warm side of things, where it could be really cold and snowy across the Intermountain West and the Pacific Northwest. So that could interrupt travel plans. All right, this is one of the more beautiful 7-day forecasts. All that hard work paying off. You can hear the activity in the background. Brrr. Again, nature making it happen. Sunshine mid-70s for tomorrow and Friday, and then low 80s as we head into early next week. So yeah, Garrett, the auroras this far south are genuinely extremely rare. Growing up in New England, I saw an aurora once, and even that was extremely rare at an extremely low latitude of 42 degrees north. We're at 29 degrees north, where auroras that are visible are almost unheard of, but we've had 2 in as many years. Wow. 2 auroras in 2 years, so it's the peak of the solar cycle. And as we head toward like the 2030s, we'll see the incident of auroras greatly reduced. Maybe none until the 2040s, 2050s.
Oh wow! So a lot of crazy things happening here this week.
That's right.
Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Brooks Garner, we appreciate you joining us.
You got it. Thank you, Garrett.
Another thing happening this week: the return of the McDonald's McRib. Check it out. We want to know, like I said at the top of the show, we want to know what you think about McRib. I am one of the love it votes. I can tell you that right now. Love it, hate it, haven't tried it, or wait, it's back. We're going to leave this up for a minute. You can scan the QR code. You can go to fox35orlando.com/vote. Let us know what you think of the McDonald's McRib that is now back on the menu for a limited time. We're going to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be back in a couple of minutes and going to talk with Alan Klein, the creator of McRib Locator, a helpful tool to help you find McRib on the menu at a McDonald's near you. So vote. We'll be right back here on Fox Local and on YouTube. Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. What do you think of the McDonald's McRib? That is the big question today. Do you love it? Do you hate it? Have you not ever tried it? Or are you sitting there saying, wait, I didn't even know it was back on the menu? That is the big news this week, at least in some circles. I had a McRib for dinner last night, so I am one of those votes that you see saying love it. 34% right now are with me, but we will see. Scan that QR code, go to fox35orlando.com/vote. Let us know what you think about it. You can also drop us a comment in YouTube and let us know what you think. It is one of those interesting things. It can be somewhat polarizing, I think. Some people do love it. Some people do hate it, but there's no denying that it is a legendary limited time menu item at McDonald's, and certainly has in some ways a cult following, if you will. So a lot of excitement over this announcement this weekend, the return of McRib. And so I want to bring in Alan Klein, who is the creator of McRib Locator, McRibLocator.com. Alan, we appreciate you joining us here on Fox 35 News Plus this morning.
Yeah, thanks for having me on.
So exciting news for folks to hear the return of McRib coming back this week a little bit earlier than normal.
Yeah, this year we've been fortunate. We've had it come in November 11th as the official kickoff for participating locations this year. Sometimes we see it a little bit later in December. So this is a nice treat to get it kicked off here with past election season finishing up, I guess, with the votes, and you can go get a McRib afterward.
What do you think it is about the McRib that has such a that has kind of led it to get this cult following, if you will? Why do you think it's something that people really anticipate and look forward to?
There are a lot of things that go into what it is about the McRib that people like. I think a lot of it is nostalgia. There's also the part of it's gone, it's back, when's it coming back? And they did a really good job promoting it back in earlier years where it's like, maybe it's gone forever. So that got people really excited, like, okay, well, I gotta go try it because I don't want to miss it, or I don't want to ever have this experience where I can't find it anymore. So people get super excited when it comes back because they get those memories of maybe in their youth or maybe some other experiences that help bring that back to the front.
Alan, you created a McRib locator that's on McRibLocator.com. We're going to pull that up here so people can see it. Talk to us about the backstory here and what made you create this website where people can report sightings of McRib on the menu.
Yeah, so this was kind of a tongue-in-cheek thing back in the day. When I came up with this, I was a meteorologist at the time, and I was thinking about a concept of let's go do storm chasing and be able to find our peers that are out chasing. But then at the particular time, the McRib was back. Yeah. But we're like, wait a minute, we can't get it here in Minnesota. Where can I go to get it? So it pivoted to this idea of instead of chasing storms, now I'm chasing McRibs. So the idea was conceptualized from that. And the best way to do it is with crowdsourcing, right? Because I can't call every single store in the country. So I was like, let's use crowdsourcing to try to help each other find the McRib. So fans of the McRib can go out and say, here's where I found it. Here's where you can find it too. And that becomes much more interesting when you get into parts of like the Northeast of the United States where they don't get the McRib very often. So for those fans, are like, where can I go to get one? And now they have a place they can go and look.
And it's really taken off. I mean, this is a look at the sightings here. We're showing folks the McRib locator map right now. Did you expect this response and seeing this many people reporting sightings? I mean, when you go to the homepage, you can see the latest sighting, and they just continue to come in.
Right. Yeah. It's something that when I originally started it, I was like, this would be really cool if it takes off. And then slowly over time, the population of people using it has grown and grown and grown to a point now where it's like, it's super exciting. Like, I love interacting with the other McRib fans because we get together and we kind of share these common things. I really like this. Or in fact, the McRib being a global product, when we go into other markets, we see it offered in different variations of the McRib. So even that's exciting because people start talking about like, hey, would I try that version? Or no, I'd rather just stay with the original.
So what do we know about the McRib's return right now? We know it's back on menus. How long can we expect it? What do we know about its return to the menu right now?
Yeah, right now we know it started November 11th was the nationwide kickoff, if you will. We had some soft launches before that as people got their places spun up and ready to go. And what we typically see is maybe 3 to 4 weeks where the McRib will be on the menu. Sometimes it goes longer, but most of the time it's more in these later releases that we've had the last few years, it's been somewhere between 3 to 6 weeks.
But you were saying its availability kind of differs depending on where you are in the country. Why is that?
Part of that is what McDonald's has always promoted is if you want to have the McRib, let your local store manager know. So then they can feed that up into their groups and say, hey, we should offer the McRib. So I know like in New York City, for instance, there's a couple store owners there. They would love to have the McRib every year. However, they work collectively with another group of McDonald's locations. And as a whole, they say, maybe not this year. So it's really important if you want the McRib back to let your local store manager know.
All right. So what is your favorite part about the McRib, Alan? I got to get your personal take here.
Yeah. Yeah. It's one of those things like as a fan of pork products in general, I grew up on a hog farm in South Dakota. Like there's a whole story for me of taking pigs to market, having the McRib afterward. And for me, like that nostalgia is really what kicks it in for me. But I also like the fact that for the longest time, as in terms of a pork product, having the barbecue on there, having the pickles on there, the onion, all that together really had this nice taste. And you couldn't find anything quite like it in the market at the time when it first came out. Nowadays, there's a few other companies that have tried to come up with something sort of some idea, but not always quite exactly as well executed.
Why doesn't McDonald's make it a permanent item if there is this following for it, or is that part of it?
I really think that is part of it. It's one of those things like they did try to run it for like a whole year round, and they found it just didn't sell as well when it was on that full year round basis. So what they found was if we do these more limited releases, we can make sure that we have enough people consuming it that we can keep producing it.
So your message to McRib fans out there, go get the McRib because you don't necessarily know when they're going to run out or when they might get it again.
That's absolutely correct. We've had years where it's been very, very limited. This year's kind of one of those hybrids where most of the country's getting it. Like I said, New England states, no. Looks like Nevada, no. And other parts of the Southwest, no. But as a whole, it seems like we're doing pretty well. We haven't heard from Alaska or Hawaii yet, but time will tell.
Time will tell, and you know what else will tell is the McRib locator, McRiblocator.com. We'll pull up that map here because we do still have a lot of sightings here in Florida. So I know I went to the one in one of the McDonald's in Sanford last night. I have not reported it, Alan. I'm sorry. I'll have to get on and report a sighting there. But we have seen it quite a bit here in our area, so that is good news. Alan Klein, the founder of McRib Locator, we really appreciate you joining us. It's been fun talking to you, and really appreciate you taking the time here on Fox 35 News Plus today.
Well, it was great talking with you.
And as we go to break, let's double check these numbers real quick one more time. Give me 1 second to pull that up for you and let it make sure it has updated. What do you think of the McDonald's McRib? Do you love it? Do you hate it? Haven't tried it, or wait, it's back? We have that many folks who aren't McRib fans watching right now. I'm a little disappointed in that. Let's see if we can change that. McRib fans, log on, make sure you vote. Fox35Orlando.com/vote, or scan that QR code you see on your screen. We're going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back after this.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us. We've seen some movement on our poll here. What do you think of the McDonald's McRib? Do you love it, hate it, haven't tried it, or wait, it's back? Well, if you haven't tried it, if you're one of those 34% who have voted so far, now is your chance. It is back on the menu at a lot of McDonald's restaurants for a limited time. So if you missed our conversation with Alan Klein, check out McRib Locator. You can find where you can find the McRib on the menu. Believe it or not, we do have things other than McRib to talk about today. I know I'm as disappointed as you are. I could talk about it for a good portion of the day. But another fun topic here, and that is we're getting our first look this week at one of Disney's newest cruise ships. It's the Disney Destiny, getting ready to make its maiden voyage, and it will be setting sail from Port Everglades down in Fort Lauderdale. Also want to apologize for the construction noise that you are hearing. We are, as you know, going through a lot of work here at Fox 35, and that's some of what you are going to be hearing right now. But I want to bring in Drew Smith. You know him as Drew the Disney Dude, and he joins us live now via Zoom. And Drew, there has been a lot of excitement about this newest Disney cruise ship. What do we know about the Disney Destiny and what sets it apart?
Yeah, so Disney has finally revealed the Disney Destiny. The last time Garrett actually talked to you about the ship was when we got the concept art. Now we have the actual photos and videos of the ship itself. This is the 7th addition to the Disney Cruise Line fleet. And if you guys don't know, Disney is actually spending billions of dollars right now, not only in the Disney parks. If you're talking about construction over at Fox 35, same of Walt Disney World. If you walk into Magic Kingdom, you're going to be hearing construction everywhere. But over the next few years, from 2027 to 2031, there's 4 more ships in development. We just got the Disney Treasure last year. Now we have the Destiny. The big thing that makes this ship unique is that it's themed around Disney's heroes and villains. This is the Grand Hall, as you guys are seeing on screen right now. There's a beautiful Black Panther T'Challa statue. You have Disney Hercules, this incredible Broadway production. So I figured today, let's dive into everything that, to your point, makes the ship unique compared to the 6 previous ships from the past few decades.
And what's interesting about this, Drew, the theme, this is a cruise ship with a theme of heroes and villains. So how does that play out, and what does that look like on board?
Yeah, so this is a first of its kind for Disney Cruise Line, and part of me even wonders if some of these character interactions are a little test for Villains Land coming to Magic Kingdom. But the big thing that I really like about the Destiny is that they're calling these meet and play experiences. So these are exclusive to the Destiny, and while you have those typical character interactions with Mickey and Minnie where you walk up, you get a photo, and you wait in line and you leave, these meet and play experiences are a lot more natural, engaging, and it makes it feel like these characters are living on the ship. So for example, in DeVille's, this is an adult-only piano lounge. You're going to have 2 brand new entertainment experiences with Cruella DeVille popping in randomly, just coming to hang out with the guests. So it really makes it a lively environment. And I think that that's the big thing with the ship that you don't see anywhere else, that I'm hoping it does well, because to me, it seems like a lot of fun.
Yeah, and the theming, I mean, it looks pretty immersive there.
Yeah, the theming is top notch, and I really applaud Disney Live Entertainment and Walt Disney Imagineering for that kind of back and forth collaboration, because not only do you have to make a space look authentic to each character, but then you kind of have to make things work to when, for example, when Cruella walks in, well, that space has to kind of transform and react to her arrival. This is Pride Land's Feast of the Lion King, as you guys are seeing on screen right now. This is the first major offering for a Lion King dining experience. A lot of first of its kind, as you guys are seeing on the Disney Destiny. I know a couple people who are on the media sailing right now, and they just saw this last night for the first time. They said they were very emotional watching it. So that's a very special offering as well. And that's kind of tying into Disney's rotational dining concept. Disney Cruise Line has won many awards, and rotational dining is definitely a big part of that.
Yeah, and the maiden voyage coming up later this month. You talk about the media sailing right now. They're going to be, these are cruises to the Bahamas and Western Caribbean.
Yeah, so in this inaugural season, at least at the very beginning of this ship's lifespan, we're going to have 4- and 5-night cruises going to the Bahamas and the Western Caribbean, to your point. And those are going to either go to one or both of Disney's island destinations. You have Castaway Cay, which has been around for a while, and then Lookout Cay at Lighthouse Point. That's a newer one that just opened a couple of years back. So in this inaugural season, it's important to know that we have 4 and 5 nights. As of now, no week-long cruises, but I guess it makes sense, for now to kind of get the ship on its feet, see where the demand is at. And then going forward, we'll probably see the ship go to new destinations, maybe even longer sailings.
I've got to ask about the Hercules show. I was always a big fan of that movie as a kid. What do we know about that?
Yeah, so this is a major offering for this ship, and it has those iconic songs from the movie, but it seems like there's a little bit of artistic interpretation. What I was reading with Disney Cruise Line is that they actually did some different versions of these songs so that it's unique to the ship. And what's really cool about Disney Cruise Line is, like I've mentioned a couple times, is that they're Broadway style. So you're literally getting a Broadway caliber show in the middle of the ocean. And I finally love to see Hercules getting some recognition. I feel like Hercules has a cult following online. So to see this ship getting a major Hercules offering is awesome. And there's also a Hercules Cafe Megara on the ship as well. There's some beautiful lightning rod light fixtures. So lots of attention to detail. But hey, that's what Disney is known for at the end of the day.
Yeah. What is it? I want to ask about the kind of business side of things and how important the cruise line aspect is to Disney's business right now. It seems like they're putting a lot of investment into this.
Yeah, a ton of investment. And it's actually great that you mentioned this because just the other morning, Josh D'Amaro, who is the chairman of Disney Experiences, he oversees all of Disney's cast members, Disney parks, Disney Cruise Line, the resorts, the digital world products. He literally oversees this entire massive section of the Walt Disney Company. And he was really, one of the comments he made really caught me off guard because he said that Disney, he thinks that they don't have a massive presence and there's still a ton of room to grow with Disney Cruise Line. But the way I look at it is it's kind of the complete opposite. You guys already have 7 ships and 4 more are being developed right now. But when Disney is getting his exact quote, double-digit returns, the demand is there. And I think that that's going to be the interesting thing is as Disney builds these new ships and there's even more offerings, can they continue to sell out these ships? I think it's just a matter of if they continue to do that. And then, hey, maybe even, a few years down the road or even longer, some of those original ships like the Magic and the Wonder may even be retired because at some point you can't be operating, 13, 15 ships on the sea. It's just not feasible, especially like I mentioned with that capacity. But I mean, Disney is spending $60 billion. They've already started that investment over this next decade into the parks, into this Epic Games thing with Fortnite, into the cruise line. So for me, my eyes have been opened to the power of Disney Cruise Line. And like you said, Garrett, it seems like they are really going strong on this to the point that it seems like we're getting a new ship every 2 years, which is absolutely insane to think about.
Well, we know Disney Cruise Lines has its fans. I've talked to folks who said once you go on a Disney cruise, you may not go on any other cruise. So we know there are dedicated Disney cruisers out there, and a lot of excitement over this new ship, the Disney Destiny. Drew Smith, Drew the Disney Dude, we appreciate you joining us here on Fox 35 News Plus this morning.
Thank you guys for having me on, and Gary, you got to go get your McRib later.
Yeah, I already had one yesterday, but don't put a second one past me. We'll see. Drew,
have a good one, guys.
We're going to take a break, and we'll be right back. All right.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I want to give you a live look inside an Orange County courtroom where we are continuing to track this hearing in the case of Ja'Cory Redding, a teenager who is accused of shooting and killing his classmate after a fight last month near Oak Ridge High School. Let's go ahead and listen in. This is his defense attorney who is speaking now. So let's go ahead and listen in.
Drawing to himself what happened, and that's prejudicial to use that against him. You cannot use that in trial. There's no way the jury should see that. There's no way, and an expert could easily explain why that happened. Okay, everything that the state is trying to present, there's a logical, reasonable explanation for it, a justifiable explanation for it. And Your Honor, we ask that you at least set a bond so we can try to fight this case on the outside reasonably. He should have a bond. Thank you.
The state has brought this motion for pretrial detention pursuant to Florida Statute 907.041, subsection 5D. Pursuant to the statute, the court has heard the testimony of the witness who was presented here today, and I have reviewed the evidence that was presented by the state and having heard the argument of counsel. The court does find as follows. First, I understand defense's argument regarding a potential stand your ground issue here. I do recognize that this is a preliminary stage of this case and that the full information is not available to either party or to the court at this time. So the court is making this preliminary determination simply based on the evidence that is available to the parties and was presented to the court at this hearing. Having reviewed the video, which was significant here, as well as the still shots of that video and the testimony regarding the potential planning of an incident such as this. Here, I do find that the state has established a substantial probability, which is the standard, that the defendant has committed the offense of manslaughter with a deadly weapon, in this case a firearm, which is a felony of the first degree. Although I have considered the argument for stand your ground that was presented by the defense, and I'm sure will be developed more fully and presented at a later time in this case, here I do find that the state has presented sufficient evidence to overcome a self-defense argument at this stage. Again, this is just a substantial probability that the defense occurred. I've noted that the other individuals who were in the video were not close when this gun was fired. I was able to view that. The victim in this case was not armed, and the defendant is the individual who brought and introduced a firearm to this incident. I am also concerned about the text messages on his phone indicating that this may have been a scenario, although not particularly related to this victim, but a scenario that the defendant had considered and had planned to bring a firearm to an apparent fist fight and then shoot somebody. So that is particularly concerning to the court. Secondly, the second factor for the court is whether there are any conditions of release that can reasonably protect the community, bless you, or ensure the presence of the defendant at trial, or ensure the integrity of the judicial process. Here, I have considered not only the particularly violent nature of this offense and the youth of the individuals involved. I've also considered the fact that the defendant was on pretrial release when this incident occurred. I don't know anything about the facts of that case other than the charge. However, he was on pretrial release when this incident occurred. His history at the school indicates multiple prior thefts, and again, although I don't know the facts of those incidents, the sheer number of the prior thefts is particularly concerning to the court, as well as the fact that the defendant brought a gun to school and agreed to engage in a fight at a later time, during which time he brought a firearm to the location of that fight. So given the particular facts of this case, I do find that the state has proven a substantial probability that no conditions of release or bail will reasonably protect the community at this time. Orange County does not do house arrest or any sort of GPS monitor, although I appreciate defense's suggestion to use a different company or a private company. The court is not confident that that would protect the community. And so I'm going to grant the state's motion for pretrial detention as to the sole count and the information on will be set at 9.
Thank you for allowing us to be here today. We appreciate it.
I appreciate the professionalism of all the parties involved.
I love you, Corey.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are not to communicate with any individual.
Ja'Cory Redding being taken back into custody after this pretrial detention hearing. You heard the judge talking about some of her reasoning for granting that motion, as talking about the victim in this case not being armed, concerning text messages on the phone of the suspect here as well. She did acknowledge that there are potential stand your ground and self-defense implications, but that is a determination that will be made later on, saying at this point there is sufficient evidence that an offense may have occurred. As we know, Redding is charged with manslaughter in connection with that shooting death of his 16-year-old classmate, Pinion Dalmasi, who was shot twice, according to investigators, after that during that fight last month on a basketball court near Oak Ridge High School in Orange County. And investigators say this all started after the victim refused to apologize for bumping into Redding in the hallway at school earlier that day. So pretrial detention granted. Ja'Cory Redding was taken back into custody, and this is a case that we will continue to follow here on Fox 35 News Plus. Well, it is noon. We still have a lot more to get to. In fact, we are also anticipating a noon news conference with the Agriculture Commissioner, Wilton Simpson, who is in Jackson County in Campbellton, and we expect that to begin shortly. So one thing we are monitoring this hour. We are going to go ahead and take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we will be right back after this.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Give you a live look right now at the floor of the U.S. House of Representatives in Washington, D.C. It is day 43 of the government shutdown and could be the final day of the government shutdown. The House finally convening after being out of session for a couple of months now, just about, because the ball was in the Senate's court. Well, the ball is now back in the House's court, and they are expected to vote later today on the funding bills that the Senate first approved just earlier this week. 8 Democrats crossed the aisle in order to pass that bill. You see the House is in recess now. They'll be back in session at 4 o'clock. That's about when we expect a couple of things. The House Speaker to swear in a new member of the House of Representatives, and then after that, they expect to hold the votes on the funding bills that the Senate passed earlier this week. So we are finally staring down the end of this government shutdown, but there's no guarantees here because the House we know House Democrats are in many cases encouraging each other to vote against these funding bills, and House Republicans have a very slim majority as well. So we will see what ends up happening with that. Again, those votes are scheduled for 4 o'clock, so a little bit later this evening. Well, Attorney General James Othmeyer was in, let's see, where was he earlier today? He was in Brooksville, is where he was, holding a news conference earlier today in Hernando County, announcing the indictment of a suspected child predator, a 36-year-old man now facing 25 different counts. And we should note that a state prosecutor is going to be seeking the death penalty against him for sexual battery charges. This is Attorney General James Othmeyer, the state attorney for the Fifth Circuit, the Hernando County Sheriff as well, speaking at a news conference announcing these charges earlier today.
Good morning. Thank you all for being here in Hernando County this morning. I'm joined by State Attorney Bill Gladson, Sheriff Al Nienhuis, and Special Counsel from our Office of Statewide Prosecution, Rita Peters. Today is a good day for Florida. We're getting a dangerous, evil criminal off the streets, ideally forever. What we're going to discuss today can be described as nothing other than true evil. I think by now you know that Nathan Holmberg was arrested, suspected of serious child sex abuse, criminal activity. The grand jury has come back with an official indictment for child sex battery. The evidence shows that this individual engaged in sexual abuse with a 3-year-old. Not only did he engage in these horrific physical acts, but he also filmed them. There are at least 5 or 6 other victims out there that the investigation has shown exist. Other charges will be filed in other counties, and there's no telling how far this investigation will go. So if you have information out there, please contact Sheriff Nienhuis and his team to get this information to the people that are working on this case. I want to thank the Sheriff's Office, our law enforcement, the investigators who do put in the real hard work on cases like this, reviewing horrific evidence, stuff that's tough to look at, but they've got to do it to put the record together, to write up the reports and ultimately get the charges to seek justice. I'm going to announce this morning that in this case, we will be seeking the death penalty. I believe that crimes like this against young children, where you take their innocence, you take their childhood away from them, these horrific acts deserve the ultimate form of justice. So we will be doing everything we can legally to send him to meet his maker. Now, the United States Supreme Court case of Kennedy versus Louisiana does run up against us in this effort. We're certainly aware of that. That court, for those who do not know, said that you cannot seek the death penalty for child sex abuse. We believe that today's Supreme Court should reevaluate and reinterpret the law to allow this form of justice. You have somebody that raped and sexually abused a 3-year-old and filmed it. The evidence shows hundreds of files, photos, and videos of other child pornographic and abuse content. Again, this is not an individual that can be rehabilitated. This is someone that needs to face the ultimate form of justice. So I'll let the experts up here provide more details on the facts. It's an honor to support them every single day. For the first time in state history, we've delegated our statewide investigative powers to the sheriff's office, under the state attorney's office, so that our investigators can begin looking in other counties where we believe additional victims might exist, additional evidence. So you're going to see a lot more of this. I think we've made clear here in Florida that we're going after child predators like never before. We're seeing efforts using technology, social media, and applications to prey upon kids in new ways. Parents at home need to wake up. These cell phones are dangerous. Your kids very well may be talking to predators on the other end of the phone and not even know who they're talking to. We see dozens of cases these days where physical abuse happens, but it originates online. Applications like Roblox, a gaming app for young kids, Snapchat, other social media sites. Pay attention, figure out what your kids are doing, take it seriously. You can save your children if you take this seriously. So I appreciate you all being here this morning for this somber but important subject. Florida's going to continue to be the safest state in the country to raise our kids. And I'm just, thanks be to God for our law enforcement and investigators, people that have to look at this stuff and put these cases together. But they're getting a dangerous guy off the streets. So with that, I will turn it over to the great State Attorney, Bill Gladson.
Thank you, General. Good morning, everybody. I do appreciate the kind words, General, and the Sheriff's Office and the amount of work they put into this case is truly incredible. I want to cover some topics because I anticipate some questions on this case. As you heard, it is a extremely disturbing set of circumstances. I would ask that since we have a lot to cover after the four of us have talked, the General, the Sheriff, and Rita Peters from Assistant Statewide Prosecutor, after she gets a chance to speak, then we're going to open up for some questions. Prosecutors in Florida have an obligation to be very confined about what they say before a trial. So our pretrial comments have to be limited to what is in the public record and what is commonly known by the people in the community. And there's a reason for that. The reason is everybody wants a fair trial, but the state has a right to a fair trial as well. So our constitutional responsibility has to be balanced against our obligations to make sure that we're transparent with the community about what we do and that the media has accurate information about a particular case. So we balance those two obligations, and that's why we're here today, because we do believe it's important to let everybody know where we are and what this community is going through. Without question, Florida leads the nation in providing for victims' rights, without question. It used to be that crime victims and their families felt like they were sidelined because they didn't feel like they had a say in the criminal justice process. Florida does not do that anymore. Florida sits at the top in the nation as far as giving crime victims rights and their family members rights. And that's something that is really important to us as an office, and we take that responsibility seriously. There is no more important time in a prosecutor's career than when they are advocating for children. And that's because children can't fight for themselves. I tell our prosecutors all the time, your job is to fight for those who can't fight for themselves. And this is the kind of case where, you know, we put it all on the line. And there's really no place where our advocacy is more important. So over 2 weeks ago, a little over 2 weeks ago, a Good Samaritan came to the Sheriff's Office with information about Nathan Holmberg. And the Sheriff's Office got on this case immediately. Extremely quickly, they gathered evidence. And as you heard before from a previous press conference, the critical piece of evidence was a cell phone. And in that cell phone contained images of, you know, just unspeakable crimes against young children, production of child pornography, and it's just, it's hard to describe, and that's why we're not going to do that. But that critical piece of evidence became the focal point of this case. And from there, it has expanded into other jurisdictions and other types of crimes, all sexual in nature, that the Sheriff's Office has been uncovering. Due to the seriousness of the charges, and frankly because in Hernando County we have zero tolerance for child predators, as soon as he was arrested, he was put in custody on no bond, and he remains on no bond. He's going to be on no bond until this case is resolved. On Monday the 10th, the grand jury convened here in Brooksville. They heard evidence, and they issued a true bill of indictment charging Nathan Holmberg with multiple counts. And I'm going to go through some of the counts right now so you have an idea of what they are, but we're also going to share a redacted indictment with you as well. So counts 1 through 7 of the indictment allege the defendant committed sexual battery on a child under 12. Each of those charges carries a mandatory life sentence in prison and is eligible for the death penalty. So counts 1 through 7 are death penalty eligible. Counts 8 through 11 allege lewd and lascivious molestation of a child under 12. Each of these counts constitutes a life felony in Florida. Counts 12 through 14 allege the defendant committed lewd and lascivious conduct upon a child, a second-degree felony punishable by up to 15 years in prison. And in addition to the indictment returned on Monday, Nathan Holmberg was arrested and charged by information with the following: 83 counts of possession of child pornography, 1 count of lewd and lascivious molestation on a separate victim, 4 counts of production of child sexual abuse material, which is child pornography, involving 3 additional victims. All told, we have 5 separate child victims here in Hernando County that we've identified so far. I should stress the indictment issued by the grand jury was for crimes that occurred here in Hernando County only. These crimes occurred between December 27th, 2024 and October 20th, 2025, the date that he was arrested by the sheriff's office. And those are the dates that he started when he first moved here until he was arrested. To be clear, the detectives uncovered evidence that additional crimes have occurred outside of the 5th Judicial Circuit, and I believe the Office of Statewide Prosecutor, Rita Peters, might be discussing some of the general broad aspects of that as well. For purposes of background, as you heard the general mention, that we are seeking the death penalty. In Florida, capital cases where the death penalty is an option, and in Florida, capital sexual battery is one of those statutes, we have to go to a grand jury. We can't just file an information and charge somebody. Those things have to go before the grand jury as a body. And once they issue a true bill, then it's our obligation to take the case and present it to the court. The day that they issued their true bill of indictment on all these counts, I filed a death notice in this case. Now, Florida requires that there be at least 2 statutory aggravators in every case that you're going to seek the death penalty on. In this particular case, we've alleged 4 aggravators, and you'll have a copy of that death notice along with a redacted copy of the indictment so you can see it for yourself. You know, filing a death notice is not something we take lightly. We look at the specific facts of every single case. We look at the impact on the victims. We look at the impact on the community, and we have to recognize that sometimes in these cases, not only are the children the victims, but the state is a victim. The community is a victim as a whole. In those aggravators, when you have that before you, you'll be able to kind of see a little bit more, not necessarily detail about the case, but why this case is different than every other case. There are a couple people I want to thank before I turn it over. Angelina Rodeo was one of our prosecutors who presented to the grand jury, and my chief assistant, Walter Forgey, also presented, and assistant statewide prosecutor Rita Peters also attended the grand jury. And the preparation that went into this case from the detectives, and I want to name some of them in particular because it really, we've worked with them now almost, nearly 24 hours a day since this happened. So here we've got Hernando County Detectives Troy Heiler, Christopher Loretto, Tom Cameron, and Sean Galarza. Tireless pursuit of justice in this case on behalf of these victims. I also want to mention the forensic detectives, the ones that have to go through these devices and pour through these phones and look at these images. Detectives Vassalero and Weston did an incredible job in this particular case. And we often fail to recognize the people in the background, the crime scene technicians, the forensic people, they put the most evidence, the most compelling evidence that we have as prosecutors. They're very often the ones who give that to us and get it before a jury and a grand jury, for that matter. So they do need to be recognized because of the work that they do. One final thought before I turn it over. When making capital sexual battery death penalty eligible, when Florida did that, the legislature said the following: such crimes destroy the innocence of a young child and violate all standards of decency held by civilized society. Now, I couldn't agree with that more. This is why we're here. This is why we fight. And these types of crimes are obviously the most serious, but that's why we are here doing what we are doing. We are here to protect the most vulnerable in our community. You can't unsee these photographs. You can't unsee these videos. These images haunt anybody who's had to lay eyes on them. They really do. So with that, I'll turn it over to Sheriff Nienhuis for some comments. Thank you, Sheriff.
Thank you. Thank you all for coming. Hernando County Sheriff Al Nienhuis. And for those of you who may not have heard all the details, this actually started back last month on the 20th when, as was mentioned, a Good Samaritan came in, and almost immediately we knew that this was one of the more serious, if not the most serious, child sexual battery cases that we'd ever investigated. Within 10 days, we did the press conference explaining what we had, and of course here we find ourselves today. And to reiterate a couple things, my detectives immediately contacted the state attorney's office on this and any other significant cases that we have, and got them on board very quickly. And I have to say, not just in this case, but any significant case we have, our state attorney, Bill Gladson, and his people are second to none when it comes to helping us in our goal of protecting the citizens and keeping them safe. They get on board very quickly and give us guidance to help make the prosecution as viable as we possibly can, as early on as we possibly can. But something we don't do very often is I got on the phone and called our Attorney General, and he answered. And I certainly don't try to abuse that, but he and I spoke briefly about this. And for anybody who, and I've worked for the state, and I know sometimes they can be bureaucratic, but I will tell you in this particular case, it was anything but bureaucratic. The Attorney General and his people were on board immediately and moved very, very quickly to provide us with any possible support that we could need in investigating and preparing for the grand jury on this particular case. And so I want to personally thank you. Appreciate it, Attorney General. And of course, the statewide prosecutor, who you'll hear from momentarily, was on board from the very beginning as well. And as already been mentioned, the detectives, my major case detectives, not only have to look through the pictures and through the videos, and I think we're approaching so far a total of about 575 to 600 videos and pictures. About 100 of those are videos. All of them, none of them were downloaded by this individual. All of them were made by him, and he even mentioned in one of his interviews that he doesn't download child porn, he makes his own. So that gives you a little indication of what this person is like. And the detectives working Vassalero, working to download these things and look at them and categorize them and prepare them for the prosecutors to look at is horrific. But just as difficult, Detective Heiler and Detective Cameron having to sit pretty much knee to knee with this individual and speak to him like they're talking about where they're going to go for lunch, when they're talking about things that the average citizen doesn't even want to think about, much less have to talk about. And I have to give a lot of credit to them. They are consummate professionals when it comes to this, and we're able to obviously get additional information from the suspect. And so to say we appreciate their efforts is a huge understatement. And last, and I said it during the press conference, and they haven't let us down since then, is the Secret Service. And I know sometimes our federal partners get a bad rap, but over the last several years, they have been instrumental in helping us stand up our forensics, digital forensics area, including training several of my detectives, giving us overtime, giving us equipment, tens of thousands of dollars worth of equipment to be able to extract the data quickly. If we had to send this data out, we'd probably still be waiting for that data to come back. So, and since that time, the Secret Service has stepped up because they know that my small group of people have been focusing on this, and they've actually helped us with some of our backlog, because the work doesn't stop. Just because you have one major case doesn't mean that all of your other cases stop. They don't. And so I've got to really give a lot of credit to Secret Service. They've been very instrumental in getting us to the point that we're at today. Again, I appreciate the support of the public. I will tell you, in Hernando County, a very conservative county, this type of, where you take advantage of true victims, and oftentimes in law enforcement, and it certainly does not make it right, and we try to get justice for any victim, but oftentimes we find people are leading a high-risk lifestyle. But when you're talking about victims that are between 3 years old and the oldest 10 years old who'd been victimized for a while, these are true victims. They have done nothing to put themselves in to this situation, and so getting justice for them is priority one for us, for our state attorney, and for our attorney general, as well as I know the governor and the legislature. They are serious about this, and we certainly appreciate the support we get from them and from our local community. We never take it for granted. So now I'll turn it over to our statewide prosecutor. I think she has some words as well. So, yeah.
Good morning. As you heard, my name is Rita Peters, and I'm an assistant statewide prosecutor and special counsel to our Attorney General, James Uthmeyer. I, along with my co-counsel, who's actually in the audience today, Brianna Zupko, we have the honor and the pleasure of actually assisting the 5th Judicial Circuit under the State Attorney, Bill Gladson, on this case. When I was contacted by our statewide prosecutor, Bradley McVeigh, telling me we might need to get involved in this case to assist the 5th, yes didn't come out of my mouth fast enough. After prosecuting these types of crimes for a quarter of a century, yes, I said that right, 25 years I've been involved in sex crimes prosecution. This is by far one of the most heinous investigations that I've ever been involved in. I thank our partners, our prosecution partners in Hernando County, through the 5th Judicial Circuit and the leadership of State Attorney Bill Gladson, as well as by the sheriff and his detectives, who are absolutely committed and dedicated to this investigation. This is more than just a commitment. This is our shared duty. Because when a child is harmed, it harms the entire community. And it shakes us, but it takes unfailing courage and perseverance to ensure that these emotionally charged cases are prosecuted. But no one prosecutes these cases alone. And what you've heard today is that part of this investigation goes outside of Hernando County. And we will take the baton from the 5th Judicial Circuit and continue this investigation wherever the facts may lead to ensure that justice is done. When we prosecute these cases, it takes a team of prosecutors, not just one person. It takes the leader and their assistants. It also takes investigators, law enforcement, support staff, and victim advocates, because we walk alongside those child victims in our pursuit of justice. Children are the most valuable resource we have, and it is our responsibility to protect them. It belongs to all of us, prosecutors, law enforcement, and the community. When a child is harmed, it is because an adult made a choice to hurt them. And it is our job to ensure that those actions and those choices carry very heavy consequences. It is not an easy duty to announce death on a case, because at the end of that death sentence, we know that a child had to be harmed for us to ask for that type of a sentence. While we cannot undo the harm that has been inflicted upon these children, we will take every step we can to ensure that there's accountability. And that's what justice looks like: partnership, persistence, and protection. Our mission is simple: to ensure that justice is served, and we always will do what is right. We will always stand with our victims, and I'm so thankful that our Attorney General, his top priority is to keep Florida safe. Thank you.
Yeah, here in Florida, we're going to stop at nothing to protect our kids. That's my commitment, and it's the commitment of this team up here. As long as we're here, we will do absolutely everything to protect our children. And again, I'll conclude by thanking our law enforcement. Florida is a law and order state. We are a safe state because we get it. It's not complicated. We give these guys the support they need. We've got their backs. And at the end of the day, we let them do their jobs here in Florida. We empower them. We defend them. We give them the tools to be successful, and they do a terrific job. So thank you, Sheriff. The investigators and prosecutors that had to go through this harmful stuff, you know, we've talked about what a heavy lift that is, and it cannot be said enough. And it's why I've called on the legislature and hope they will consider adding, you know, the employees of our prosecution offices up and down the state, our investigators, into the special risk retirement pool where people get more compensation towards retirement and can retire earlier. At the end of the day, these people, they stick their necks out. They take enemies head on, face to face in the courtroom. Oftentimes, it's the last face that a dangerous criminal will see before getting locked up. So we're going to have their backs. Thanks again for being here. I think there's time for a few questions. I'm going to, State Attorney, do you mind taking the questions? You know, he better knows the details that can be shared. So I'll turn the podium back over to him, unless you need me. Yes, sir. All right.
I can confidently say they are still going through it. If you want some more specifics about how many devices and how far they've gotten, I can turn it over to the sheriff.
As late as this morning, I think we're about 2/3 of the way through, roughly. Of course, we don't know what we're going to find on it. Fortunately, praise the Lord that we have not found additional victims on that, but we still have a ways to go. And I think it's important to reiterate that if anybody has dealt with this particular individual, particularly if they have young children, to make sure they let us know. We have gotten a couple tips, but fortunately those tips did not result in any new victims. But yeah, we still have a ways to go, but we've been through about 2/3 of it. And again, as was said, almost 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, we're combing through that information. So. I'm sorry, what was that? Have you notified the accused of the indictment? I believe, yeah.
Yeah, I'll just tell you, the process is a capias is issued. He's in custody right now, so he was served with the capias, and his defense attorney was served with the indictment and the notice. So, anybody else have anything?
All right, thanks everybody.
Thank you all.
Then to news conference earlier today in Brooksville in Hernando County, disturbing allegations there. You hear still very much an active and ongoing investigation that we heard from Sheriff Nienhuis there in that news conference. The state again does plan to seek the death penalty against that suspect because of these sexual battery charges. We're going to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back after this.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Wednesday afternoon, live on Fox Local and on YouTube. We are continuing to track a number of stories this afternoon, and want to push ahead to a couple of things coming up a little bit later. In the 1 o'clock hour, we expect a White House press briefing. Caroline Leavitt, the White House press secretary, expected to brief reporters today. Obviously, notable to hear what she has to say about the president's stance on the government shutdown, the funding bills that are expected to be voted on a little bit later today. In the 2 o'clock hour, we are expecting a news conference from Blaise Ngolia, the state CFO. Also expecting to hear from U.S. House Democrats ahead of that shutdown vote, or the vote to reopen the government. I should have mentioned that a minute ago. So a couple of things coming up a little bit later, some live events that we are monitoring and standing by for. Meanwhile, here in Florida, the 2026 governor's race beginning to heat up. We know Paul Renner expected in our area tonight at an event. Orange County Mayor Jerry Dimmings announcing his candidacy recently. Things are really beginning to kind of heat up. James Fishback, another Republican candidate, announcing that he plans to run, and there's been a lot of conversation on social media about that, some back and forth between him, some other officials as well. So it's been interesting to kind of watch these changing and evolving dynamics in the 2026 governor's race, about a year out, a little less than a year out now from this actual election. Things gearing up for what could be competitive primaries as well. So a lot to watch in that. Today, David Jolly, the former Republican congressman, now one of the Democratic candidates for governor, held a virtual news conference with a number of faith leaders. These are pastors of churches with historically black congregations that established what they're calling the Faith Leaders for Florida's Future. It is a coalition of those faith leaders throwing their support behind David Jolly as the Democratic candidate for governor. Here is what Congressman Jolly and some of those pastors had to say during that virtual news conference earlier this morning.
Let me just lay some foundational themes to Dr. Holmes for his leadership on this call. First, let's talk about faith. I am a candidate who speaks openly about my faith on the trail. There is a reason I wanted to build a community of faith leaders, because it's personally important to me, and it's personally important to millions of Floridians across the state. I also talk about it for a very specific reason in politics, not to evangelize, but to recognize that in a state where faith has been used to launch culture wars for the last 8 years, I have no problem saying to the state that, yes, as a person of faith, I understand that my personal faith stops at the steps to the State House. I think that's what the Constitution has ordained, and I don't think it weakens our faith to take that constitutional approach. I think it emboldens and strengthens our faith as a faith community. So we speak openly about faith on this campaign. It's one of the personal reasons I'm pleased to have this group here. A second point I want to make that we're doing differently in this campaign. Listen, these are not endorsements that we have rolled out this week. These are invitations into leadership, whether it is the faith community or leaders within the higher education state university system, whether it is within public health and the scientific community that believes in vaccines. I'm asking people to come into leadership in this campaign and to hand over the campaign to their leadership, to allow their voices to inform me, to strengthen me as a candidate, but to speak for the campaign to voters across the state, because we are building more than just a campaign. We're building a movement. We're building a coalition. And then the third thing that I would point out, the reason I think that we have found such affinity within the faith community and faith leadership is because within this group, we have community leaders as much as they are faith leaders. Community leaders that understand our policies impact access to quality and affordable health care for everyone, whether we're going to ensure excellence and access to public education, and within our choice communities, whether we're going to make sure choice schools are actually affordable for people from across the state. Within the public health community, are we delivering vaccines and public health to young people? Are we ensuring that our services are there for veterans and seniors and storm victims? So yes, much of this is oriented around our faith principles, but our faith principles do reflect ultimately who we are as a state. And I'll close with this. You know, this is a group of Christian African-American ministers. We are going to build out beyond this because the basic values of all faiths are generally shared. Love, joy, respect, dignity. And I also say this very importantly, among those who identify as atheists or agnostics that I've built an affinity with, who believe in what Thomas Jefferson called the natural rights of man, there are basic values that thread us together through faith communities and those who choose not to practice any faith at all. Those values ultimately are creating this inflection moment in Florida history because those are the values that I think most of us know that we've gotten away from in leadership and we need to return to. So thank you for being here today, Dr. Holmes. I will trust you with the rest of this event today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Congressman. We appreciate your faith, and we appreciate your compassion, and we appreciate your leadership, and we're praying for you. My opening statement is going to be very brief. We live in a time when too many voices are divided, lines are drawn and not just maps between hearts and minds. I believe that there is far more that unite us than divide us or separate us. Our strength and hope found in communities throughout our state stands on a powerful truth that we are stronger together. This is why I stand here today joyfully endorsing Congressman David Jolly for the next governor of the state of Florida. Let me be very clear. As pastors, we're not asking for one penny to be a part of this campaign. We're asking for good, strong, sound, stable government. We're joining Mr. Jolly because we believe that he has the energy, the vision, the leadership, the quality, the integrity, and the capacity, and the compassion to lead us together to a better Florida. This Congressman represents the kind of leadership that calls us to unity. He is our bridge that builds an inclusive Florida, where everyone, regardless of background, religion, gender, or belief, is respected and welcome at the table. This is not about left or right, Democrat or Republican. This is not about red, purple, blue. This is about moving forward together. This is about cooperation, positivity over negativity. This is about community over conflict. This is about compassion over disorder and disharmony. So we want to make it very clear that from my perspective, it's not about politics, it's about principles. It's about how do we build upon the great tradition and transformation of this great state, the Sunshine State. We cannot allow it to become the dark side state. So it's not about politics or parties or personalities. It's about progress. It's about principles. It's about a vision that is so big enough and broad enough that everybody is literally included. And finally, it's about saving our democracy. It's about saying to everyone in Florida, you do matter. We see you. We hear you. It's going to be a new day. And we welcome anyone that want to run. That's okay. And I want to say this. I have the utmost respect for Mayor Jerry Demings, an awesome man, a quality man, a gifted man. And what I said to him when he asked me about supporting him, I said, oh, my friend, I committed to David Jolly several months ago. And I just cannot go back on my word because your word does matter. So that's why I'm here, not for the influence, our money. You know, it's here for me, it's for us, it's about mission, ministry, a message, and good manners. We need somebody who we can look up to that have good conduct and good manners and understand what a message is and how to articulate that message, what a mission is, and that mission is a mission-driven ministry message, policies that reflect the goodness and the greatness of this great state. So I'm excited about it. I am motivated to see this time next year that we have the right governor to lead us. God bless you, Mr. Congressman. We have several pastors that we're going to ask to make some brief remarks as relates to why we're here. Pastor Jeffrey Rumley from Jacksonville. In such a time as these, we must support a candidate who has the vision and leadership to become our next governor. Pastor Rumley.
Thank you, Dr. Holmes, and thank you, Congressman Jolly. We are living in perilous times, but we're also living in a great time of possibility. And here we are in the great state of Florida with another opportunity to make potential reality so that the great sunshine state can shine for all. And I'm glad to support Congressman David Jolly because Congressman Jolly represents the kind of steady, forward-thinking leadership that our state needs in such a time as this. He listens to people, he values honesty over partisanship, and he shares a genuine commitment to improving the quality of life for all Floridians. And I believe that with his spirit of service, compassion, and accountability, he can take Florida to the next level and let the great sun shine over the entire state. Strong leadership is not about political labels. It's about vision and service. And in Congressman Jolly, who I hope and will work to support to becoming our next governor, I believe he exudes not only charisma, but more importantly, he exudes courage and character. He will inspire action and deliver solutions for such a time as this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Pastor Rumley. Pastor Rosna Tompkins of Tallahassee will talk about why hope matters and why we need the next governor to create the spirit of hope. Pastor Tompkins.
Hello, everyone, Reverend Holmes, and to all the clergy, the media, and Congressman David Jolly. I am honored to be here to share briefly with you about why hope is needed and why our next governor needs to be able to embody the spirit of hope. Because quite frankly, many in our communities across the state are in despair because of the past decade of leadership and so much that has taken place. And as the scripture says, hope deferred makes the heart sick. And there are many sick Floridians who have disengaged now from this political process. But hope is a unifying force. And through hope, and I know that's one of the main messages of your platform, is unifying and bringing everyone together. Hope is the unifying force, and hope can also be a bridge over these troubled waters. Through Mothers in Crisis, I'm the founder and president of Mothers in Crisis, and we're the founders of April National Month of Hope, and we've been celebrating. We got that designation through the National Day calendar. We've been celebrating for the past 7 years. And as a part of our Hope campaign, we have a component called Envisioning Hope. Envisioning Hope. To envision is to see beyond what is to what can be through faith, hope, love, and action. And I understand that you are a man of action. Envisioning hope looks like, for us, it looks like children who thrive. It looks like people sharing and caring and helping vulnerable populations. It looks like the climate or the planet that is cherished. It looks like global communities of dignity. And it looks like elders who are honored. And together we can see that happen, because as we partner, we can create this spirit of hope. And the power of hope, the force of hope, is so powerful because it's future oriented, but it can help you to cause people to get up and try again. And that's one of the things that we want to let people know that there is hope. And we have a lot of hope now that we are endorsing your campaign, and we're believing that together we can be this bridge over this troubled waters. We can see thriving children. We can see people sharing and caring and helping vulnerable populations. We can see the planet that's cherished. We can see communities of dignity. We can see elders who are honored, and that we could do this together. We could be this bridge of hope where no one is left behind. So thank you so much for allowing me to share from my heart about hope, because it is so needed. And always remember, as long as there's breath in your body, there is hope. And thank God we're still all breathing, and we're going to make it to the other side together. Thank you.
So that was just a part of that news conference earlier today. Coalition of Black faith leaders throwing their support behind David Jolly, talking about some of what they are going to do to show their support for him. We are going to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we will be right back after this. And again, we are standing by for the start of the White House press briefing coming up, scheduled for 1 o'clock. Obviously, that timing is fluid, but we'll be keeping an eye on that. Keep it here on Fox Local and YouTube, and we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Big news out of Lakeland today where a cold case has been cracked. Investigators announcing an arrest in the 2018 shooting death of a 14-year-old. And the suspect now facing charges in this is the victim's half-brother. Lakeland police held a news conference earlier today to give details on this case.
The police, the Lakeland Police Department, and we're here today to give you some additional information on an arrest that we made on a homicide that occurred in 2018. To my right and your left are some of the family members of the victim. The mom will be speaking. Also to my left and your right are some of the investigators, forensic folks, and some of our detectives that worked on the case. Gary Gross will be the main speaker. He'll speak after me, and then after that we'll make Mom wants to say a few words about her son, and then we'll take some questions after that. So with that, we'll go ahead and get started. We're here to update you today on a homicide that occurred in July 3rd of 2018 on West Crawford Street. A young man, 14 years old, by the name of Rex Honors IV, was the victim of a homicide. And I'm going to let Detective Gross get into the details of it, and then at the very end we'll take some questions. But I think this highlights some of the effort that goes in, not only from the detectives that you see behind us, but some of the ones that are standing back in the audience, of some of the good work that they do every single day. Just because it seems like a case is not going anywhere, or maybe that we're not working on it, I can assure you that we are. And so there's a lot of forensic details, thousands and thousands of bits of information and data that have to be extracted from phones and computers, and they have to be meticulously sorted through and gone through, and that's what was the crux of helping build the case and brings us to where we are today. And I hope that the family understands. I had an opportunity to meet with them before we came in here this morning and brief them up on some of the work that's been done behind the scenes. I hope this brings the mother a little bit of closure and an opportunity to let you know that we still care about Rex and your family. So with that, I'll turn it over to Gary Gross, and he can brief you up on the details.
Thank you. So the chief started this cold case unit June of 2023. So I am a civilian investigator. I retired as a sworn law enforcement officer with 32 years of experience. And on this case, Detective Carden, who is sworn, assisted me on this case through every interview. Have to have that sworn component when we get into search warrants and everything else. So what I'm going to do today is take you through step by step on this case, and we're going to talk about what led us up to the arrest. And then afterwards, I'm going to have Mon come up and give a few words, and we'll open it up for any questions that you guys have from us. But first of all, I want to say that it's a little confusing on this case, so that you understand the arrest affidavit. I'm going to refer to the suspect as Rex Honors. He's Rex Honors III. Our victim is Rex Honors IV, but we're going to call him Stuffy. That's what the family calls him. That's what everybody knew him by, so we're going to call him Stuffy. And you'll hear me refer to that as we go through this case. And so on July 3rd is when this murder occurred. Rex Honors IV, Stuffy, was 14 years old, and his brother reported him missing at 4:22 a.m. That's a very important time, and I want you to remember that, because I'm going to come back to that a few times throughout this press release. The LPD officers that responded to a report of a missing person searched the house, and they found Stuffy deceased in the backyard with some type of an injury to his forehead. He's laying in the grass. There's blood on his forehead. The autopsy that was done later on that day determined that he died of a single gunshot wound to the forehead. Now, detectives early on, they suspected that Rex Honors III, the brother, was responsible for this, but at that time, as they worked this case, especially that day, they lacked enough evidence, probable cause, witness statements to move forward. And over the years, that case eventually became a cold case. The detectives retired and moved on. And back in 2018, I was the public information officer, and I remember this case. I did the press release on it, so it stood out in my mind, this 14-year-old that was killed, which is why we started working this case. Detective Carden and I jumped into this in May of this year, and we started working in cases. Now, what allowed us to move forward is advances in cell phone technology, digital forensics. There was 5 different cell phones in this case that we need to look at. We wrote new search warrants for the cell phones and dove into that, and that's a lot of data to look at. We also conducted over 17 interviews and spent countless hours, I think around 800, and we're still working on this. Just because we made an arrest, we're still looking at other evidence that still needs to come in and work in this case. But to give you an idea, it's a little overwhelming on this cell phone how much digital evidence there is. Just on the suspect's cell phone, just his, there's 26,378 pieces of digital evidence that we looked at, which is, photos, videos, pictures, it's just a lot. The victim's phone, 28,338. And one of our witnesses' phones that we looked at, 17,886. That's over 72,000 pieces of digital evidence to look at. That's a lot to go through. But you got to look at each one, and you'll see why in a minute. One piece of digital evidence can make a case. And in this case, there's quite a few, but we'll go over some of those. Rex Honest III was the suspect from day one. We learned he had been arrested in Albany, Georgia. He was arrested on August 16th. Now, they call it ag assault. If it was here in Florida, it'd be ag battery, but he stabbed somebody. But their language is a little different up there with law, but he's in jail for ag assault. He's still incarcerated at the Daugherty County Jail. We'd worked the case enough that we felt confident and the timing was right. We didn't want to go too early, but we now knew that we had enough information. We felt comfortable in talking to him, so we went up there on October 15th to interview him. During that interview, we got a full confession to what took place. Things that he told us that were law enforcement sensitive, that had never been released to the public before he knew, and only he would have known, being the suspect. So this is now what we know occurred. On the night of the murder, Stuffy, a witness and the suspect were at this house on Crawford Street where the murder occurred. They're just looking at social media, playing video games, hanging out as the night progressed. We do know from talking to this witness that they started fighting, and we're not sure why, but this fight escalated to the point where they broke that table you see there in photograph number 1. That was in the living room. That table was broke there in a fight, and this fight kept going. Now, this witness, he knew that there was a couple of different firearms in the house, and he was scared. He's 16 years old. So at this point, they're fighting so rough, he was scared. He left the house. He left on foot. He went a short distance down the driveway. Now, this driveway it's fairly long. In fact, there's a photograph of it right there. It's 256 feet. As soon as he got onto the road, he hears a gunshot go off, one gunshot. Now, he knew, in his heart, that Stuffy was shot, and he was scared to death. I understand he's 16 years old, doesn't know what to do. He just leaves on foot, and he gets the heck out of there. He believes that he was shot. So based on this evidence, a confession at this time, we now know the suspect was shot at close range, 2 to 4 inches away from the forehead. This is based on the image report. They found stippling, which is, it's a gunpowder burn. The gunpowder from the gun burned into his skin. That only happens when you're 2 to 4 inches away. When he shot him, we know that from the image report. We know that the suspect then picked him up under his arms in the bedroom, the northeast bedroom, dragged him out of the bedroom, down the hallway, through the living room where he stopped briefly, and then through the kitchen and out a sliding glass door out into the yard. photograph number 3 there, I know it may be difficult to see, but when he took him outside, the grass was at least 4 to 5 feet high. And he dragged him through that grass and he left him laying out in the grass. He then admitted, this is what he told us, only the detectives knew and the crime scene knew, that the crime scene appeared to have been cleaned up. We know he admitted to this. He admitted to cleaning up the crime scene with rags, towels. He used some bleach. And then he said that he got rid of the guns, the 2 guns that were in the house, and all the bloody towels. He got rid of those at a nearby neighbor's house. He wouldn't tell us which one. He just said he threw it in the trash can somewhere down the road. He then makes a series of phone calls in what we think was an attempt to create an alibi. He first called girlfriend number 1, made several calls and attempts to reach her, and she realized this when she looked at her phone. She called him back at 3:48 in the morning. Remember, he didn't call the police until 4:22. She called him back at 3:48, and she said he was crying on the phone, and he said his brother was dead. This is before he called the police to report him missing. He would not have known his brother was deceased at 3:48 in the morning. He then made several phone calls to girlfriend number 2. And at 3:57 in the morning, he talked to her for 16 minutes, 30 seconds, and that ended at 4:13 in the morning, pretty close to when he called 911 to report his brother missing. She said he was out of breath. She thought that stuck out in her mind. She thought that was strange. And he said he was looking for his brother. He said he got to the house. He said, it's not broken into. There's no broken glass. Oh, there he is. And then he hangs up. She doesn't know why he hangs up. She's not real sure what happened, but this is what he's telling her at that time in the morning. Again, when he hangs up, that would have been 4:13 prior to him calling the police department. This would have been 9 minutes before he called the police department. And, you know, it's what he didn't tell her as well. And that was when he walked in the house, there was visible signs. You would have seen the blood. He didn't tell her anything about any blood. He didn't tell her that. He just hung up. Another piece of evidence in this case was next door at a let's say at a nearby house. There was a house that had installed the day before a surveillance camera. The day before this camera was put in, and this camera captures the suspect talking on his phone, and he's in a panic. Now, I mean, I can demonstrate this. The phone, as you see, it's lit up, and he's going up and down. He's in a panic, frantic mode. He's just going crazy with this. And he's calling. It's the exact same time you see on the video. You see him call girlfriend number 1, and then you see number 2. You see him on the video with the phone going up and down, talking to these 2 individuals. So that was captured as well. Rex Honors III suggested to the police and others on social media while he's here at the police department and early that morning that possibly a burglary had occurred. We know that's incorrect. That's a false statement to mislead the detectives and the police. And we know that because we've talked to some of the individuals that lived in the house that a burglary never happened. Nothing was stolen. The TV, the jewelry, coins, everything that would normally be taken during a burglary was there. They said a burglary did not occur. So we know that was a lie, again, and that was an attempt on his end to mislead the detectives. Throughout the morning, the suspect also sent several text messages that his brother had been shot in the head. And you got to ask yourself, well, how would he know this? The officer only knew that he had a wound to his forehead. He's laying in the grass. That information had never been shared with the public. It wasn't released in a press release. And they didn't know until that day around 1 o'clock when the autopsy was completed the manner and cause of death, that he was shot once in the head. Only the person who did this would know, and that was Rex Honors III. In his first interview in 2018, when the detectives brought him down here and interviewed him, he denied having any firearms in the house. He had no knowledge of any weapons in that house on Crawford. However, one of those pieces of evidence, one of those 338 pieces of evidence we looked at, we found a video on the suspect's phone. That video was taken a little over 4 hours before the murder occurred, and it's him and the victim doing a rap video. Each one has a gun, and some of the lyrics in that video is, "You're fixing to die tonight." Now, that video was on July 2nd, like I said, a little over 4 hours, 10:54 p.m. before the murder occurred. It kind of foreshadows what was to come. The forensic examination of the witness's cell phone, who left at 3 a.m., the young man that was 16 years old, showed that he had tried to contact 27 different times family members. He's scared. Again, he's 16 years old. He just, he's not sure what to do. And those calls started around 3:41 in the morning. So when he heard that gunshot, again, he knew what had happened. He's just in a panic mode. We know that from the digital forensic evidence, the new evidence that we've looked at. And technology has changed so much. Our technical services unit, which we have some members up here today, what you can do today is going to change in 4 or 5 months from now. So a lot of this new evidence that we got was not accessible back in 2018. So we got a lot off these cell phones and the search warrants that we did. The original responding officer said he noticed a trail of blood throughout the house. The father who we talked to, who went back in after the crime scene unit had cleared the house and the police were gone, one of the first things he noticed was what appeared to be blood that was cleaned up in the bedroom, kitchen, and living room area. But in contrast, the suspect, when he called 911 to report his brother missing, who said he was in the house 10 minutes, never ever once mentioned to the dispatcher that he saw blood. And it's all throughout the house. But he did determine during that 10 minutes that he walked through the house that his brother wasn't there. He also told the dispatcher that little things that was kind of strange, like he noticed a pizza box on the floor. He noticed his brother's shirt. But all the lights were on. He told the dispatcher when he went in the house, all the lights were on. He should have seen that blood. It was right there in front of him. He never once mentioned to the dispatcher that blood was throughout the house.
Lakeland police investigators talking about some of what led them to the suspect arrested in this 2018 homicide case out of Lakeland, where a teenage suspect, 14-year-old, was killed, and now his half-brother arrested and charged with his murder. We're going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back after this.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Give you a live look inside the White House press briefing room, where we expect to hear from White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt shortly. I want to get you back to this news conference, though, in Lakeland from earlier today, getting ready to hear from the mother of the victim. Let's go ahead and listen back in.
My name is Antoinette. Stephen was only 14. He was a normal child. He loved school. He loved sports. He didn't deserve it. All I want to know is why you did this to my son. He didn't even get to live his life. All he did every day is smile. He was a good kid. He was a normal 14-year-old child what kids do. He didn't bother nobody. He wasn't in the streets. He wasn't in no type of games. He didn't do nothing. He just had to go to school and have fun. I can't.
Thanks for sharing that with us. But before I turn it back over to Chief Taylor, I do want to thank the members of our technical services unit who worked with us on this case. A lot of evidence to go through. Our senior crime analyst, Brenda Wallace, giving her constant information as we go through this. Members of our violent crimes unit, we would work with them and what step to move forward. And I will say on this case, the state attorney's office, meeting with the state attorney's office every couple of weeks to help us move this case forward. I appreciate all their help. And then Detective Carden, who is doing double duty of his other job and then also assisting on this case with every interview. One thing that he always said, and I appreciate it, is some days it's tough. You may knock on 3 or 4 doors, you can't find somebody, but he just said, you're chopping wood, man, and you got to keep moving forward. You may get a little splinter that day, chopping wood, but eventually you're going to hit that tree hard enough and it's going to come down. And in this case, it did, and we're able to make an arrest. So I appreciate all his effort as well. Chief, I'll turn it back over to you. Appreciate it. Yes, sir.
Well, I think this is a visual example of the trauma that the family goes through, and it's not a 1 hour CSI show on TV, right? This is real life. This family's going to deal with this the rest of their life. That day in July changed their lives forever. And so I think it's a visual manifestation of the pain is still there, 7 years later. So I want to reiterate what Gary said. There's a lot of good work that happens every single day by the men and women of the Lakeland Police Department, and not just Lakeland Police Department, of police agencies all over the country. We're not unique that we have a cold case unit, and I'm grateful that when I approached Gary 4 or 5 years ago and said, hey, do I have an offer for you? And Gary had retired. He had spent 32 years in law enforcement, was a sergeant, worked child sex crime cases, and was looking to get back in as a civilian. And he did, and he takes these things seriously, and so I appreciate his effort, and he's tenacious with these things. And this young man, the gentleman that we arrested, is still in jail in Georgia. He'll be brought back eventually. That'll be between the sheriff's office in Georgia and the sheriff's office here in Polk County. When he gets transported back to the county, he's got some stabbing charges he's got to face up there, so they may not want to send him down here until he answers for those cases as well. So with that, if you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer them and make anybody else available that can answer the questions. So, yes, ma'am.
Gary mentioned technological advances.
Sure.
Since 2018, are there any specific examples you can give us of what wasn't available then and is available?
Yeah, I think it's just digesting all the data. The data was probably there, but to putting in a digestible form, and I don't want to get too technical, because that absolutely is not my area of expertise, and I rely on these folks over here to my left. But it's just the voluminous information that's there and making some sort of sense to it and putting a timeline to it, and putting it in programs and buying the programs and being able to understand what the data means, understand what the GPS locations and the latitude and longitude and the timestamps, and understanding what all that means. I think it's was available. It's just very tedious, and there's some refinement that has gone on in that software genre that allowed us to make it more understandable to us, if that answers your question.
Lakeland police answering questions from reporters after announcing the arrest in a 2018 cold case murder. We're going to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back after this.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Want to get you right to Capitol Hill right now. This is House Democratic leader Hakeem Jeffries speaking live right now to reporters while we wait on the White House press briefing to begin. Let's go ahead and listen in.
Why 3 years? Why not one or something?
Affordable Care Act tax credits were extended by 3 years in the Inflation Reduction Act. The legislation that we will introduce in the context of a discharge petition will provide that level of certainty to working class Americans who are on the verge of seeing their premiums, copays, and deductibles skyrocket, in some cases experiencing increases of $1,000 or $2,000 per year. This is unsustainable, unacceptable, and it's un-American.
Is the discharge petition negotiable, given that some Republicans would be willing to vote for ACA extension, just maybe not in the exact way that it's being proposed now?
The Republicans have zero credibility on this issue. These are folks, these Republicans, who have tried to repeal the Affordable Care Act more than 70 different times in the last 15 years. There's no evidence that they're serious about extending the Affordable Care Act tax credits. As a matter of fact, they were given a very reasonable proposal by Leader Schumer, a one-year extension of the Affordable Care Act tax credits and a bipartisan commission to address the broken healthcare system moving forward, and they rejected it because Republicans have zero interest in fixing the healthcare crisis that they've created. Thank you, everyone.
Hakeem Jeffries wrapping up there. We do expect to hear from him at a news conference at 2 o'clock. The White House press briefing now getting underway. Let's go ahead and listen in to Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt.
Successful meeting on his trip to Asia with President Xi, where they discussed the need for China to crack down on fentanyl production and distribution, which ultimately makes its way here to the United States of America. And the FBI director recently traveled to China following President Trump's meeting to meet with his counterpart in Beijing. And he has a really positive announcement for the American people to share. So the president wanted me to bring the FBI director out to share that with all of you today. So Cash, please, thank you for being here.
Thanks, Caroline. As Caroline mentioned, we have some tremendous news thanks to President Donald J. Trump once again for the American people. As soon as the President of the United States took office, he issued a mandate to rid America of the scourge that is fentanyl, a drug that has killed hundreds of thousands of Americans. Thanks to his leadership and direct engagements with China, we set up a framework to execute that mission 8 months ago. Attorney General Bondi immediately thereafter took steps to engage her counterpart in China at the Ministry of Public Security. Pursuant to their direct discussions, as the FBI director designated to run counterpoint on this, along with the Secretary of State Rubio and Ambassador Perdue and the team here at the White House, we set forward a path to implement the policy needed to crush the plague of fentanyl. Deputy Attorney General Blanche and our teams have been hard at work ever since, ultimately culminating in my trip to Beijing last week. This was only possible due to President Trump's historic engagement with President Xi just a few short weeks ago that set the stage for today's announcement. At that meeting, the leaders reached an agreement. But just to put this in frame for the American people, a reminder here that nearly 100,000 people died of fentanyl overdoses just last year alone. Here, this year, under this president, the FBI has seized 1,900 kilograms of fentanyl so far. That is a 31% increase from the same time period last year. To put it in perspective, that's enough fentanyl to kill 127 million Americans. Fentanyl precursors are what makes up fentanyl. While we, the interagency, the Department of Justice, have been fighting hard to seize and stop drug traffickers, we must attack fentanyl precursors, the ingredients necessary to make this lethal drug. That was the sole purpose of my trip to China, to eliminate these precursors. And if successful, we would suffocate the drug trafficking organization's ability to manufacture fentanyl in places like Mexico. This was the first time an FBI director has been to China in over a decade and received the audience with his counterpart to address this matter directly. And again, thanks to President Trump's direct engagement with President Xi, the government of China committed fully to my engagement there on the ground in Beijing at a level never seen before. While at Ministry of Public Security headquarters, I met with my counterpart at MPS, where the Chinese government agreed on a plan to stop fentanyl precursors. What does that mean? The People's Republic of China has fully designated and listed all 13 precursors utilized to make fentanyl. Furthermore, they have agreed to control 7 chemical subsidiaries that are also utilized to produce this lethal drug. Effective immediately, essentially, President Trump has shut off the pipeline that creates fentanyl that kills tens of thousands of Americans. These substances are now banned, and they will no longer be utilized by the Mexican drug trafficking organizations or any other DTOs around the world to make this drug. This historic achievement has saved tens of thousands of lives. This historic achievement would not have been possible without the tremendous team of President Trump, the Attorney General, the Department of Justice, the Federal Bureau of Investigation, and Ambassador Perdue in China, whose ground-level engagements were imperative to achieving this result. This is yet another example of how President Trump defends the American people, provides security for the American people, and puts the American people first. This is a historic first-in-its-kind achievement by any president to stop the scourge of fentanyl, and it should be championed by every single American. This achievement will save lives. We are thankful for President Trump's steadfast leadership, and this FBI will fearlessly follow in his footsteps to ensure that this mission of safeguarding the American public is achieved every single day. Thank you. Thanks, Caroline.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Okay. Thank you again, Director Patel. Before we get going, I do have one quick scheduling announcement. Tomorrow, President Trump will be joined by the First Lady in the East Room for an executive order signing aimed at expanding opportunities for education, career development, housing, and other resources for young people transitioning from foster care to adulthood. This is part of the First Lady's Fostering the Future efforts, which are a Be Best initiative. In other news, the Democrats dragged on the government shutdown for 43 days, the longest shutdown in U.S. history. But tonight, thanks to Republicans, the White House is very hopeful that this shutdown is going to come to an end. The damage caused by the Democrats with this reckless government shutdown cannot be forgotten. It is entirely the fault of the Democrat Party. Just look at the vote count. Hundreds of thousands of federal employees have missed their paychecks. Tens of billions in wages and benefits were withheld, impacting vulnerable families. Millions of low-income Americans missed their SNAP benefits. Nearly 20,000 flights at airports across the country were delayed due to staffing shortages, causing Americans to miss family events, vacations, and work obligations. According to Airlines for America, an estimated 5.2 million travelers have had their flights disrupted over the course of the Democrat shutdown. And our economy has lost billions and billions of dollars in economic activity over the course of this shutdown, hurting consumer sentiment and crushing the travel and hospitality industries. According to a CBO estimate, the Democrat shutdown could end up decreasing fourth quarter economic growth by 2 whole percentage points. The Democrat shutdown made it extraordinarily difficult for economists, investors, and policymakers at the Federal Reserve to receive critical government data. The Democrats may have permanently damaged the federal statistical system, with October CPI and jobs reports likely never being released. And all of that economic data released will be permanently impaired, leaving our policymakers at the Fed flying blind at a critical period. It's hard to recap all of this without asking a simple question: why? Why have the Democrats put the American people through this pain for 43 days in a row? And it feels like Groundhog Day being up here again talking about this Democrat shutdown. And the answer to that question is pure partisan politics. They started this shutdown with a ridiculous demand to force taxpayer-funded healthcare benefits to illegal aliens who broke into our country. Even after it was clear President Trump and Republicans would never force American taxpayers to pay for free health care for illegals. In fact, President Trump's One Big Beautiful Bill fixed that problem. The Democrats kept dragging this reckless government shutdown on for weeks longer to boost their turnout in an election, perhaps one may guess. That's because the Democrats are totally captured by their far left-wing base, who only care about attacking President Trump, even if it means hurting innocent Americans in our country. The Democrats' weakness and their unwillingness to buck the fringe members of their party dragged this harmful shutdown on for 7 weeks and inflicted massive pain onto the American public. But let's be clear, the clean CR being voted on today in the House of Representatives that will lead to the reopening of the federal government is what President Trump and Republicans have supported from day one. Our troops, air traffic controllers, and federal employees will be back to receiving their regular paychecks. Families in need will get back to receiving their food purchasing assistance, and the people's government will soon be back open for business. President Trump looks forward to finally ending this devastating Democrat shutdown with his signature, and we hope that signing will take place later tonight. On another matter, I want to address the affordability issue that's received a great deal of media attention this past week, which is ironic because it didn't receive that much attention when Joe Biden was here and inflation was at a record high 9%, the worst inflation crisis in modern American history. And President Trump won a landslide election in part to address the affordability issues created by Joe Biden and the Democrats. And that's exactly what President Trump has done since day one of his administration. Since the first day in office and every day since, the Trump administration has taken aggressive action to fix the Biden-created cost of living issues. The notion that the same Democrats who just shut down the federal government to sabotage our economy, rob people of their paychecks, and also helped Joe Biden ratchet up inflation to 9%, are now suddenly affordability champions, that notion is completely absurd. And it's something only the liberal media would have the gall to push. But the reality is that President Trump and his administration have done so much to lower prices and increase the economic prosperity of the American people. And this president and his team of amazing economic advisors are going to keep working on this issue every single day. In less than 10 short months, President Trump signed the largest middle-class tax cuts in American history, including no tax on tips, overtime, and Social Security, which will guarantee that next year Americans are going to put more money back into their pockets. The president has completely unleashed American energy dominance to help bring gasoline prices to the lowest in 5 years, and we expect them to continue to decrease. And it has also lowered energy costs overall. There is more work to do, but again, the president's deregulatory and pro-American energy agenda is absolutely going to continue to drive down prices. This formula worked in the president's first term, and we expect that it's going to work again. And this is key because we know energy costs are the #1 driver of inflation. Again, just look at what Joe Biden did to our energy industry over the past 4 years of his administration, and look at what happened to inflation as a result. Everything became more expensive. To lower prescription drug prices and healthcare costs, the president has been working around the clock on this issue. He is obsessed with negotiating these good deals on behalf of the American people to bring down pharmaceutical costs and drug costs for Americans, and he has done so on a number of fronts. You have seen him discuss that in the Oval Office several times. To fuel small businesses, lower their costs, and incentivize hiring, the Trump administration has already cut 30 unnecessary regulations for every new one on the books, which we know will save employers and small businesses across the country thousands of dollars in regulatory burdens. All of these pro-Trump policies are working, and they will continue to work. Wages are rising at the fastest pace of the start of a presidential administration in 60 years. The cost of the typical new mortgage is down by nearly $3,000 per year. There's much work to do, and this administration will continue to do it. But President Trump has already made great progress in cleaning up the economic disaster that was created by Joe Biden. With that, I will take your questions today, and in our new media seat, we have Bev Turner, who works for a new outlet, a UK outlet, but based here in Washington, D.C., GB News. Bev, thank you for being here today. Why don't you kick us off?
Thank you, Caroline. So the clock is ticking on the Friday deadline by which the BBC must retract and apologise for their malicious edit of the President in the documentary shown last year. The recently resigned Director General of the BBC yesterday described the organisation as the very best of society and blamed the enemies of the BBC for this outcome. Also yesterday, a senior government minister launched a fierce defence of the channel in the House of Commons, saying that the broadcaster remains a light on the hill for people all over the world. So, does the President feel that the network is taking the situation seriously? Does he believe that they've shown sufficient regret? Does this strain the relationship between the President and the Prime Minister? And given that the organisation is publicly funded, is the President prepared to bankrupt the BBC in his pursuit of truth and justice?
Well, thank you, Bev. There's a lot of questions in one there. I will say I know the President has a very good relationship with Prime Minister Starmer. You have been there. You've seen them in their interactions. You've questioned both leaders in your time joining us when we've gone to the United Kingdom a few different times now. However, he has always been very frank when he disagrees with leaders, even whom he has a good relationship with. And the BBC, being a fair news organization, is definitely an outlet. I think these two leaders would disagree. The President has made it very clear that this is a leftist propaganda machine that is unfortunately subsidized by British taxpayers, and he thinks that's extremely unfortunate for the great people of the United Kingdom and Great Britain. And I think that the President was deeply concerned by the editing, the purposeful and dishonest editing of his speech that was so clearly fake news, and he rightfully dubbed that term many years ago, and this is a classic example of that. We see it in the United States all the time. We see it now in the United Kingdom. As you know, the President's external legal counsel has filed a lawsuit against the BBC. We expect that to continue, and whether they apologize or not is up to them. Thanks for being here, Bev. Ouija.
Thank you, Caroline.
Sure.
I have your statement about the new Epstein emails that have been released by House Democrats. Separate from why you believe the emails were made public, can you address their substance? Did the President ever spend hours at Jeffrey Epstein's house with a victim?
these emails prove absolutely nothing other than the fact that President Trump did nothing wrong. And what President Trump has always said is that he was from Palm Beach, and so was Jeffrey Epstein. Jeffrey Epstein was a member at Mar-a-Lago until President Trump kicked him out because Jeffrey Epstein was a pedophile and he was a creep. And this email you refer to with the name of a victim that was unredacted now and has since been reported on in this room, so I will go ahead and say it, Virginia Giuffre. And it was CBS's own reporting, Ouija, that recently wrote that Miss Giuffre maintained, and God rest her soul, that she maintained that there was nothing inappropriate she ever witnessed, that President Trump was always extremely professional and friendly to her. And so I think it's a question worth asking the Democrat Party, and you should all go ask them after this briefing, of why they chose to redact that name of a victim who has already publicly made statements about her relationship with Jeffrey Epstein and is unfortunately no longer with us. Mary.
Thank you, Kelly. 2 questions on this. In the interest of transparency, why not just go ahead, release the full files on Epstein, get this all over with?
This administration has done more with respect to transparency when it comes to Jeffrey Epstein than any administration ever. In fact, this administration, the Department of Justice, has turned over tens of thousands of documents to the American people. We are cooperating and showing support for the House Oversight Committee. That's part of the reason you are seeing these documents that were released today, because of the House Oversight Committee's and Republicans' efforts to get these out to the public. This administration also moved, the Department of Justice also moved to unseal grand jury testimony, which we know, unfortunately, a judge declined those requests. So this administration has done more than any, and it just shows how this is truly a manufactured hoax by the Democrat Party. For now, they're talking about it all of a sudden because President Trump is in the Oval Office. But when Joe Biden was sitting in there, the Democrats never brought this up. This wasn't an issue that they cared about because they actually don't care about the victims in these cases. They care about trying to score political points against President Trump, as we have, of course, seen with this government shutdown. And this entire thing, again, it's not a coincidence to the American people at home. There are no coincidences in Washington, D.C. And it is not a coincidence that the Democrats leaked these emails to the fake news this morning ahead of Republicans reopening the government. This is another distraction campaign by the Democrat and the liberal media, and it's why I'm being asked questions about Epstein instead of the government reopening because of Republicans and President Trump.
But given your
Reagan.
interest in transparency, Caroline, why are White House officials then meeting with Representative Boebert in an effort to try and get her to not sign this petition calling for the release of the files?
Doesn't it show transparency that members of the Trump administration are willing to brief members of Congress whenever they please? Doesn't that show our level of transparency? Doesn't that show the level of transparency when we are willing to sit down with members of Congress and address their concerns? That's a defining factor of transparency, having discussions with members of Congress about various issues. And I'm not going to detail conversations that took place in the Situation Room in the press briefing room. Reagan.
I have a question about the government shutdown.
Thank you. I'm glad someone does.
First, on the government shutdown, the shutdown deal reverses the administration's RIPs, and it also prohibits more from happening until the end of January. I'm wondering if the president had input on this element of the deal, and if he's at all disappointed that's going to reverse the downsizing of the federal government like they did during the shutdown.
I mean, look, I think it's about 6,000 workers total. When you look at that in comparison to the reduction in the federal workforce that this administration has done since January to get rid of the waste, the fraud, the abuse, and to reduce the size of our federal bureaucracy, we've done a lot of great work on that front, and we will continue to. But obviously, the president's main priority was to reopen the federal government and get people back to work, and that's what this deal accomplishes.
There's been reports in Israeli media that the U.S. is considering building a temporary military base on the Gaza border. Can you confirm these reports?
So I had a conversation directly with the reporter who wrote this article, and this article was based on a single piece of paper, an inquiry that somebody in the Department of Navy made about an idea that may happen in the future. And this reporter deemed that as an official plan and ran with a story that the United States is looking into it. I checked with the highest levels of the United States federal government. This is not something the United States is interested in being engaged in. It's not something we are currently involved in right now that we will be funding. And the president has been very clear he doesn't want to see boots on the ground with respect to what's happening in the Middle East. We've made great peace. We've made great progress with the peace plan in Gaza, and we want to continue to see that move forward. But I put a comment in that story for a reason. And sometimes we see reporters take a piece of paper like this and just deem it as official policy, and sometimes that misleads people a little bit. Sure.
There's been a question about UK intelligence sharing regarding the drunk interdictions involving Venezuelan boats. How will that affect the U.S. military operation? There's been a lot of discussion about the high caliber of the intelligence that has been provided before any of these military actions have taken place.
I've seen that report. Oh, hello. I've seen that report. I'm familiar with the reporting, but we don't comment on intelligence matters, classified intelligence matters, as you know. As for the Trump administration's position on our narco-terrorist campaign in the Caribbean, it is going to continue, and the president has made it very clear he's not going to allow terrorists to bring illegal drugs that kill American citizens into our great country. Sure, John. I'll go to John and then Zolan. Go ahead.
Thank you so much. Trump has talked about sending out $2,000 checks to U.S. citizens. Earlier this year, he also talked about sending a Doge dividend. That didn't materialize. Should U.S. Citizens expect the $2,000 proposal? Is the White House committed to making that happen?
The White House is committed to making that happen, yes, and we are currently exploring all legal options to get that done. I don't have a timeline for you or any further details, but I can confirm for you that the president made it clear he wants to make it happen, and so his team of economic advisors are looking into it, and when we have an update, we'll provide one. Solon.
You said at the top that one of the costs of the government shutdown was that people missed their SNAP benefits. Can you explain then why the administration went to court to fight the funding of food stamps and SNAP benefits?
So recipients missed their SNAP benefits because the Democrats shut the government down, and they forced the administration to tap into a contingency fund that did not even fund the full entirety of this program. And so then you had an unhinged judge who was trying to dictate from the bench what the executive branch has to pay for and where that money has to come from. That is judicial overreach at its finest, and so that's why the administration pushed back on that. We can't have the judicial branch telling the executive branch that we need to rob the Children Nutrition Fund, which is what this judge was trying to do, to pay for SNAP benefits. That's completely inappropriate and it's unconstitutional, and we've been proven right with that legal argument. But now the good news is, again, thanks to Republicans and in several hours President Trump, the government is going to be reopened, and SNAP recipients are going to receive their full benefits, which is what President Trump has always wanted to do. Stephen.
Why also did you need the judicial process for that? I mean, during this shutdown, didn't the administration have a responsibility to tap into any of those reserves to ensure that essentially
We did.
people
We did tap into it. We did tap into the contingency fund. And then the judge told us, no, you have to get more money from a children's nutrition fund. And we felt that was judicial overreach. You shouldn't tell the president which fund he has to rob because the Democrats are holding the country hostage by shutting down the federal government. Stephen, go ahead.
Well, if the president is considering a pardon for Ghislaine Maxwell?
Again, he's answered this repeatedly. It's not something he's talking about or even thinking about at this moment in time. I can assure you of that. Stephen.
White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt continuing to answer questions from reporters. We're going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back and get you back inside the briefing room.
Democrats were.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Want to get you back inside the White House press briefing room. White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt just asked about whether the president would invite over House Democrats or congressional leaders on the Democrat side to negotiate with him on the extension of the ACA tax subsidies. Let's go ahead and listen in.
I think you'll see the president putting forth some really good policy proposals the Democrats should take very seriously to fix, again, the system that they broke. You can't trust the same people who broke the system to fix it, and so the American people will continue to hear from the president on this issue.
Follow up on the question about the $2,000 payments of tariff revenue. The president had also talked about using tariffs to bring down the national debt. Would this be in lieu of that? Like this is now the new way to maybe to use that tariff revenue?
No, the president put out a statement on this clarifying he wants to do both things with the tariff revenue that he's bringing into this country. Trillions of dollars are expected to continue to pour in. And it's part of the reason that the Supreme Court case is so vital for our country's future, to restore our manufacturing industry in this country, to protect our national security, to continue to allow the president to use tariffs as leverage to negotiate economic deals that, again, are good for our national security. And that revenue can then be used for various reasons, to pay down our debt and also perhaps to give these rebate checks back to Americans, which, again, the White House is exploring the legal options of how we can get that done. Catherine, go ahead.
Viktor Orban said this week that President Trump has promised Hungary some kind of financial shield. Do you have any details on how that will be structured or what that would look like?
I don't, but I'm happy to check with the National Security Council and get back to you.
One more. You recently said you'd check with President Trump about why he needs to get an MRI on his recent trip to Walter Reed. Do you have any more detail on that?
I do, and I'm glad you asked. As stated in the memo provided on October 10th, President Trump received advanced imaging at Walter Reed Medical Center as part of his routine physical examination. The full results were reviewed by attending radiologists and consultants, and all agreed that President Trump remains in exceptional physical health, which I know all of you will see with your own eyes later this evening when he opens up his dinner to the press, and perhaps you will see him when he signs the bill to reopen the federal government. So stay tuned on plans for that. Thank you, everyone.
Caroline Leavitt wrapping up the White House press briefing, where she spoke for a while, talking about a number of topics, asked about the government shutdown as well. We know at 4 o'clock is when the House Speaker is expected to swear in a new member who had been waiting for the past 54 days, I believe, that the House had not been in session, or something like that, nearly 2 months that the House had not been in session. She had been waiting to be sworn in. So she'll be sworn in, and then there will be some procedural votes, a test vote essentially, to open up the House floor for debate on the funding bills. And as we've talked about and as we mentioned in the Senate, 8 Democrats crossed the aisle to vote in favor of the funding bill to reopen the government, a couple of concessions as well, and that sends it now back to the House. The House Republicans have a 2-vote majority, so there's really not a whole lot of wiggle room here for any Republican defectors if House Democrats unite and in opposition to this, as House Democratic leadership have kind of vowed to oppose this legislation. They are still pushing and still wanted to see the ACA tax subsidies extended. That was one of the things that Caroline Leavitt was asked about in the White House press briefing just a couple of minutes ago. So we will see what happens with that, if there are any Republican defectors, because we know there are some other issues as part of these spending bills that they are not necessarily happy with. So a lot to watch this evening. Again, 4 o'clock is when they get gavel back into session, begin some of those preliminary things, and then later this evening and tonight, when there is expected to be a final vote on the government funding bill that potentially could be sent to the president tonight, and when signed would reopen the government. So a lot to watch with that. Let me give you a live look right now at the steps of the U.S. Capitol in Washington, D.C., where we expect to hear from House Democratic leadership coming up at 2 o'clock. They're supposed to talk. I know we heard very briefly from Hakeem Jeffries speaking in the hallway of the Capitol to reporters just before the White House press briefing started. This is going to be a news conference where he's going to be asked a lot of questions about Democrats' stance on these funding bills and the status of potentially reopening the government. So we are standing by for that and expect that to begin here shortly. Let me also give you a live look at the Lakeland Fire Department, where we are awaiting a news conference from Florida Chief Financial Officer and State Fire Marshal Blaise Ingoglia. He is expected to talk about funding for firefighters. He's been going around to a lot of different localities, awarding some grant funding, and also talking about the importance of these firefighters and first responders amid the ongoing push to eliminate property taxes. So we will see what comes from that. We'll be monitoring that as well. And again, that is also expected to begin around 2 o'clock. This is a live look right now at the Lakeland Fire Department. So a lot happening this afternoon. We've been live streaming for the last 3 hours. We still have one more hour of news coverage for you here on Fox Local and on YouTube. We are getting ready to take a quick break. Then we will be back at the top of the hour for Florida Live. We will welcome in our TV audience. We will check in on some of those live events that we are monitoring this afternoon, and then we'll dive into some of the other big topics of the day. So keep it here on Fox Local and YouTube. We will be right back after this, but let me give you a live look right now at Daytona Beach.
Florida Live starts now.
Well, good afternoon to you and welcome into Florida Live. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Wednesday afternoon, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Fox 35 TV. It is 2 o'clock. We've been live streaming for the last 3 hours. We've got one more hour of news coverage for you here. If you're just joining us, welcome in. I want to let you know a couple of the things that we are monitoring and kind of standing by for. Also want to let you know you might hear some construction noise in the background because of some of the work going on here at Fox 35 Orlando today, so I apologize in advance for that. Let's start close to home, and let me give you a live look in Polk County at the Lakeland Fire Department, where we expect to hear any minute now from State CFO Blaise Ngolia, who, as the state's chief financial officer, is also the state fire marshal. He is holding a news conference there any minute now, talking about, as you see on the placard on the podium, funding for firefighters. This is one of the things that he's been going around the state talking about, awarding some grant funding to firefighters as well, and also just talking about the general importance of firefighters and first responders as part of this push to get rid of property taxes. He has talked about making sure that funding for these first responders remains in place, even with a potential reduction in some revenue for local governments. Also want to give you a live look at the steps of the U.S. Capitol in Washington, D.C., where we are waiting to hear from House Democratic leader Hakeem Jeffries, who is going to be with other House Democratic leaders here any minute now, and going to be talking to reporters ahead of an expected vote later today on a funding bill that, if passed, would reopen the federal government. It is day 43 of the government shutdown, the longest government shutdown in history. The House hasn't been in session for nearly 2 months, and so a lot of things that we are watching there this afternoon. The House going to gavel in. They've been in recess since noon, going to gavel in around 4 o'clock, swear in a new member of Congress, and then hold some procedural votes ahead of a final vote expected later this evening. Again, as we've talked about throughout the day here on Florida Live, or on Fox Local, Republicans don't have a whole lot of wiggle room. And what we've heard is that House Democrats are vowing to oppose this funding bill. So we will hear more about that. We're going to be watching closely that news conference with Hakeem Jeffries, the minority leader, in just a minute when that begins. But let me go ahead and get you live to Lakeland right now, where we are waiting to see this news conference with CFO Blaise Ngolia, who's about to be introduced. So let's go ahead and listen in here as this news conference gets underway.
I'm proud that my friend Blaise Ngolia is serving as a Florida CFO and the state fire marshal. He's been a consistent supporter of Florida's firefighters all the way back to his time in the House of Representatives. Thank you, CFO Ngolia, for your support of the first responders and traveling here to meet with these folks. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Representative Albert, for that introduction. It is an honor to be the CFO of the great state of Florida, and an honor to be the state fire marshal. As you know, and as we have said time and time again, that our first responders are the backbone of our community. We thank you guys every day for doing what you do, putting your lives on the line to protect us from harm. In Florida, a fire department responds every 9 seconds. An EMS rescue call occurs every 13 seconds. A fire occurs every 11 minutes. A vehicle fire occurs every 61 minutes. Florida is very fortunate to have the best firefighters in the nation, the best firefighters in the nation. They respond quickly, efficiently, and effectively to all emergency situations. That is why we must ensure that our fire stations and our firefighters have the equipment they need to keep Florida families safe and to keep themselves safe. Now, unfortunately, firefighters have a higher risk being diagnosed with cancer, which is why, as state rep, I sponsored legislation to provide monetary support for firefighters diagnosed with certain cancers. Now, what I had learned very quickly by listening to the boots on the ground firefighters, by listening to physicians, and I've said this before, we'll continue to say it again, is that firefighters are at a higher risk of cancer because of the hazards of the job. And if we, as a community, are going to ask you guys to put your lives on the line going inside these burning structures, the first thing that we must do is recognize that fighting fires today is much different than fighting fires 30, 40 years ago. A half a century ago, going into a structure that was burning, most likely it was either wood or concrete. But today, fighting those fires are much different than fighting those fires back then. Now, there are petrochemicals, there are chemicals, there are hazardous materials that are burning along with that fire. And if we as a community are going to ask you to go inside and put yourself at a higher risk of cancer because we know that you're going to breathe in those toxins, that you are going to have those toxins absorbed by your skin, and if we're going to ask you to do that, then it is only right as government, as an employer, to make sure that you guys have the tools necessary to keep yourselves safe. Now, we know through data and science that firefighters are contracting certain causes of cancer, certain cancers, as a direct correlation, if not causation, of going into those deadly burning structures where all those petrochemicals and chemicals are burning. It is only right that we make sure that you guys have the tools necessary to keep yourselves safe, but not only that, to be there standing alongside you where government will help pay for the treatment. It's not only good being a good employer, it's also being a good human being. That's why our support for these cancer initiatives is unwavering, not only on behalf of me as a legislator, but on behalf of me as the fire marshal, but as the legislature as a whole. We acknowledge this, we thank you, and we will be standing side by side. But our support for firefighters does not stop there. That is why we have traveled the state making it clear, as we talk about property tax reform, that local governments must fund our first responders as the first line item on a budget, not the last line item on a budget. I get very aggravated when I hear local governments start talking about if they have to cut a couple of $1 million out of their budget that fire and police are going to suffer. To me, that is an acknowledgement that that's the last thing that they are funding. Because the first thing government is supposed to do is protect its citizens. That's not the last thing we're supposed to be talking about. You should be cutting the consultants. You should be cutting some of the bureaucracy. Make sure that we keep law enforcement, our firefighters, our deputies, and our police as the very first thing that you do when you compile a budget. Now, since I took office, I've awarded more than $14.6 million to support firefighters across the state and ensure that they have the resources to protect themselves and protect their communities. Now, today, I am here and I am proud to announce that we are awarding over $186,000 to protect our firefighters from dangerous cancer-causing chemicals and to ensure that our fire infrastructure is ready for any emergency ahead. The funds that I am awarding today are available through the Firefighter Assistance Grant Program and the Firefighter Cancer Decontamination Grant Program. The Firefighter Assistance Grant Program was established to help volunteer and combination fire departments improve their emergency response capabilities. The Firefighter Cancer Decontamination Grant provides funding to fire departments for the purchase of life-saving equipment to mitigate exposure to cancer-causing chemicals. Every year as we go forward, I can tell you that this legislature and I as your state fire marshal are going to keep our foot on the gas, making sure that we give you guys the resources that you need in order to keep yourself safe. That is a promise that I think I can make on behalf of myself, the whole legislature, the cabinet, and the governor.
That's CFO Blaise Ngolia speaking about the importance of firefighters, talking about this $165,000 grant, some of that funding that is available to help keep firefighters safe when it comes to infrastructure and also cancer prevention. We are going to take a break here on Florida Live. We still have a lot to get to, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with more after this. Welcome back into Florida Live. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Wednesday afternoon, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Fox 35 TV. It is time now for our Tampa Connection, where we take a look at some of the big stories in the Bay Area. And for that, we go to Fox 13 Tampa Bay senior content producer Nancy Gay, who joins us live now from the Fox 13 newsroom. And Nancy, good afternoon to you. A lot of news out of your area this afternoon.
Good afternoon, Garrett. Yes, we've had a lot going on in the Tampa Bay area this afternoon, but we're going to start in Lakeland, where police say that they have cracked a murder from 2018 that had gone cold. So back in 2018, Rex Honors III, he was 21 at the time, he called police shortly before 4:30 a.m. and said that he had gotten home late and he couldn't find his 14-year-old brother, who was named Rex Honors IV. Now, Rex Honors IV also went by the name Stuffy. Now, when police arrived at the home, they searched the house and they were able to find that 14-year-old boy dead in the backyard. However, at the time, they did not reveal how Stuffy had died. Now, the case eventually went cold, but cold case investigators began looking into it this past May, and investigators said that Rex Honors III was always considered a suspect since day one. However, they did not have enough evidence to charge him. Now, after cold case investigators began looking into this 2018 murder, they learned that Rex Honors III was actually in jail up in Georgia because he was accused of stabbing someone back in August. Now, those investigators went up to Georgia and said that Honors III actually confessed to killing his little brother back in July of 2018. Investigators said that Honors III told them that on the night of the murder, the brothers were hanging out playing video games and searching through social media when they began fighting and they broke a table. Now, a 16-year-old was at the home at the time, and that 16-year-old said that he knew there were guns in the home and he was scared when the brothers began fighting, so he ran outside of the home. And cold case investigator Gary Gross said that that witness only made it a short way down the driveway, and as soon as he almost got to the road, he heard one gunshot go off. Gross added that Honors III shot his half-brother at close range and then dragged him through the house and out the door, leaving him to die in grass that was about 4 to 5 feet. Now, Gross said Honors III admitted to cleaning up the crime scene with rags, towels, and bleach, and he added that Honors III claimed to have gotten rid of the gun and evidence in a neighbor's trash can, but he did not say which neighbor's house that he threw that evidence away in. Now, phone call forensics did play a huge role in cracking this case. Investigators said they went through more than 72,000 pieces of digital evidence on the victim's phone, the suspect's phone, as well as witnesses' phones. Now, that evidence included things like videos, photos, and phone calls. Gross said the digital evidence showed that Honors III called 2 of his girlfriends before calling police, and he told one of his girlfriends that his brother was dead. Now, keep in mind, he made that statement about an hour before he called police to report his brother missing. Now, Honors III also sent several text messages on the morning of the murder saying that his brother had been shot in the head. However, that information had never been made public until today. Now, a neighbor's surveillance camera also captured Honors III panicked and on the phone the night of the murders. Now, that night of the murder, or the morning of the murder, police said Honors III denied having any guns in the home, but Gross found video on his phone that was taken about 4 hours before the murder occurred, showing Honors III and his brother recording a rap video with guns. And he said that some of the lyrics in that video included the words, "You're fixing to die tonight." Now, the victim's family was visibly shaking during this morning's press conference. Let's hear what his mother had to say.
He was a normal child. He loved school. He loved sports. He didn't deserve it. All I want to know is why you did it to my son.
Now, Honors III is still up in jail in Georgia. He is expected to eventually be brought back to Lakeland to face these charges. And Lakeland Police Chief Sammy Taylor said that Honors III could spend the rest of his life in prison on these charges, in addition to whatever sentence he gets for the crime he allegedly committed up in Georgia. Garrett?
Well, Nancy, you talked about the emotion, and we saw it on the faces of those family members, and that was one of the things that Police Chief Taylor said is an example of why this is so important, because of the lives that were ruined by what happened.
Yeah, absolutely. You can see that Stuffy, his mother, was incredibly upset this morning during the press conference when they announced that his half-brother had been arrested for his 2018 murder. And the police chief, he did say that he hopes that this arrest brings some type of closure to Stuffy's family. And he also wanted the public to know that these crimes, they take time to solve, and it takes a long time to make an arrest. He said this isn't something that can happen in an hour like you see on television. And while the Rex Honors III was considered a suspect since day one, they just simply didn't have the evidence to charge him. But through this cold case investigation, which again began in May, they were able to go through those phone records and those videos and photos and text messages and all those things found on the phones. And cold case investigator Gary Gross, he said at the time in 2018, they did not have the same technology available that they do today. And it was that technology that helped them make an arrest in this case.
All right, a big step forward for that family. Second of all, in our Tampa connection, and disturbing allegations in a case out of Hernando County.
Yes, that's right. Florida's State Attorney General James Uthmeyer was in Hernando County this morning, where he announced that a grand jury has indicted a man for sexually abusing a child and that they are going to try to seek the death penalty against him. Now, this is a story we talked about last month when Hernando County deputies arrested Nathan Holmberg. Holmberg, he was working as a nanny and a babysitter at the time of his arrest, and deputies said that a Good Samaritan reported seeing child porn with a very young child on Holmberg's cell phone and notified authorities. Hernando County Sheriff Al Nienhuis said that a search warrant for Holmberg's cell phone showed that there were 8 total victims, and on that phone there were about 650 pictures and videos of child sexual abuse materials. Nienhuis described much of this content as voyeuristic because it appeared as though Holmberg set up a phone and later committed these acts, so the children who were seen on these videos did not know they were being recorded. He added that the victims appear to be between the ages of 3 and 10, and a majority of them are between 4 and 8 years old. Now, Holmberg did admit to investigators that there were more victims, but he did not say how many victims there were, and he did not release their identities. Now, he was arrested back in 2012 in Jacksonville for a similar offense. Detectives said that the arrest affidavit matched what they saw on the video that the Good Samaritan brought in. He was arrested for capital sexual battery at the time, but he ended up pleading guilty to child abuse and was sentenced to 5 years probation, and he was not designated as a sexual offender or sexual predator at the time. Now, Uthmeyer said that he urges anyone who believes they have information or believes they are a victim or they know somebody who could be a victim of Holmberg, he urges them to call the Hernando County Sheriff's Office. Garrett?
Yeah, serious case, disturbing allegations there. Finally, in our Tampa connection today, and that is President Trump's granddaughter in the Bay Area.
Yes, that's right. 17-year-old Kai Trump is playing in the Annika Golf Tournament. That's over in Pinellas County in the town of Bel Air. Now, the high school senior and University of Miami commit said she is soaking up every minute of this tournament. Now, this tournament is named for LPGA legend and 10-time major champion Annika Sorenstam. It celebrates the best in women's golf, featuring 120 of the top players in the world, and they are competing for a $3.25 million purse. Now, before official play begins this week, celebrities and athletes are hitting the course for the event's Pro-Am, including WNBA superstar Caitlin Clark, who's back in Bel Air for her 2nd straight year. Now, Sorenstam says Clark's return brings a new level of excitement and attention to the game, crediting her with introducing more fans to women's golf. Now, if you do want to head out to this golf tournament, tickets start at just $17, and children 17 and under, first responders, as well as members of the military do get in for free. Garrett?
All right, exciting stuff there. Fox 13 senior content producer Nancy Gay, we appreciate you joining us with our Tampa Connection.
Thank you.
Now let's talk a little weather in your Florida Live forecast. We've got Fox 35 storm team meteorologist Noah Berggren, who joins me now live. And Noah, thankfully, warming up a little bit this afternoon.
Yeah, did you run this morning or no?
No, so for the second day in a row, I decided I'm going to wait until the evening because it's like 20 degrees warmer.
So we're blaming the weather for everybody not. Got it.
Exactly. Yes.
It wasn't as windy today. I don't know if you noticed when you were up earlier this morning. Yesterday, I think it was the wind that everybody was like, holy cow, felt like up north.
Goes right through you.
Yeah. Not very Florida-like.
No.
But what is Florida-like is even after the biggest cold outbreaks, Garrett, even the biggest cold outbreak in history in Florida was only like 5 days. Even if we had like the worst cold in known history, there hasn't even been cold more than a week here of that level. So,
which is good.
In the grand scheme of things, very rarely does cold last more than a day or two. And the lows this morning actually varied a lot based on where you were. If you were in Cocoa Beach, the low this morning was 51. That's because the wind was off the warmer Atlantic Ocean waters. But once you got west of Orlando, up towards the Villages, Ocala, Gainesville, shattered records again today. It was in the 20s, the air temperature in Gainesville, 28 in Ocala. It was 33 this morning in the Villages, 37 in Leesburg. We had some hard frost this morning in the Lake Mary area. As expected, I think the forecast was right on par. Along and north of I-4, we had some frost this morning. Along and south, didn't have any. Beautiful day out there. I'm not going to lie. It was really, despite it not being summer or spring, I was sitting outside. We have some nice rocking chairs in the community that I live in outside by our pool. Nobody obviously in the pool, but it's really hard to come in and get up and come to work today. It was just the perfect temperature to sit and just vegetate in the sun. I was actually quite enjoying it about an hour and a half ago. But the other story, Garrett, I don't know if you saw this. This was the aurora from last night. I don't know if you want to take. Well, that's right. We got that up there. Yeah, let's
take that full here because it is something to see.
A lot of people talking on social about this, and I presume you saw this was seen all over the U.S. last night, seen all over Florida too. Now, a lot of people here, and shouts to some of our team here, went out after the news last night and looked up in our parking lot and said, "The heck are you talking about? There's nothing." This far south, you most of the time need a camera. And iPhones are good enough now, Garrett. Like this picture in St. Cloud is in a rural enough spot that you would have been able to see it with the naked eye. But like if you're anywhere within a 20, 30 mile radius of Orlando, there's too much light pollution. Because this far south, the aurora is really low on the horizon. So to see that tonight, which it's going to happen again tonight, after about 9, 10 o'clock, and it actually might be more vibrant. There's a chance all of us could see it with our naked eye tonight. More than last night. Take your phone out and do a long exposure photo. Even just 10 seconds, you'd be amazed how vibrant it is.
Interesting.
But it's interesting because the more rural you are, the easier it is to see. Like if you're in Ocala, the pictures we saw last night, I think I've got another we'll show in a second of like Jacksonville Beach. The more away from city lights you are, the easier it was to see. And if you're in like Winter Park or Altamont Springs or Orlando, you're not going to see it look like that. So that was from Alexandra last night at St. Cloud, which Garrett, that only a few times in your life, from what I'm told from our friends at NASA, will Florida see the solar lights. Now, the reason why it's rare here is because you have to have a really strong geomagnetic storm to get them visible this far south. Normally, as you know, it's a bucket list item for people. They travel to Europe or Alaska, Canada. They go and they try to time it. Honeymooners do. I'll go see the Northern Lights. Very rarely do you see it this far expansive in the U.S. This was from Denellen last night. I see how bright the stars were. That was a little bit longer exposure photo from Denellen as well. And now this is what it looked like in the Midwest. Clearly you see the difference in the color and the vibrancy of those lights. That was from Evansville, Indiana. We got pictures from all over the country last night. Maybe some of your family or friends up north saw it. Now tonight, this is the map that we're going to show. And the red is where it's highly visible without any camera. So essentially from like Virginia through Kentucky, Kansas, Colorado, Utah, it's completely visible with the naked eye. In yellow, which extends down to central Florida, you likely will need a camera. Now, it's possible if the storm trends stronger that we won't, but we'll see. The way these things are measured, Garrett, is on a G scale from 1 to 5. Now, once we get to a 5, last night's was a 4, it's possible we can have satellite communication issues, power grid gets impacted. We didn't have a lot of that last night. It's on the rare side. Not normally do you get them that strong, but it has happened before in history where, GPS goes down for a few days, satellite radio goes down, and, satellite TV goes down. So we'll see. The friends at NASA say that tonight's storm could be a G5, which would be the strongest in many years. So good chance tonight, especially here in Florida. It's going to be completely clear. If you didn't get to see it last night, maybe you went to bed early, didn't catch the late news, and you woke up and saw it all viral, like, where did this come from? Another chance tonight, because the storm yesterday really snuck up late in the day.
Yeah.
So,
well, we will
cool stuff.
Keep an eye. It is really neat to see, and we'll keep an eye out for that. Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Noah Berggren, we appreciate you joining us. And one more quick note here before we go to break: the new Glenn launch that was supposed to happen, the window opening up in about 20 minutes, ended up getting scrubbed because they said the potential impacts and concern over the solar storm. So a lot of impacts as well along our Space Coast there, and we'll see when that launch does end up going off. We're going to take a break here on Florida Live, and we'll be right back. Live look right now at the U.S. Capitol in Washington, D.C. ahead of a vote this afternoon, later this evening, that could reopen the government. Still some procedural hurdles and some things like that, but we are keeping a close eye on that. Welcome back in to Florida Live. Garrett Weimer here, and thanks for joining us on this Wednesday afternoon, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Fox 35 TV. And as I said at the start of the show, we were waiting to hear from Hakeem Jeffries, the leader of the House Democrats, and he spoke just a few moments ago, talking about what he's urging Democrats to do. And you'll see the placard on the podium saying "Save Healthcare," talking about what he wants to see Congress do when it comes to those Obamacare tax subsidies. So here is House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries just moments ago on the steps of the Capitol.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. It's a high honor and a distinct privilege to be joined today by Whip Catherine Clark, Caucus Chair Pete Aguilar, members of House Democratic leadership, and the House Democratic Caucus. House Democrats are here on the Capitol steps to reiterate our strong opposition to this spending bill because it fails to address the Republican health care crisis and it fails to extend the Affordable Care Act tax credits. House Democrats will continue to support our men and women in uniform. We will continue to support hardworking federal employees. We will continue to support our law enforcement personnel. House Democrats will continue to support our air traffic controllers. We will continue to support our TSA agents. We will continue to support our civil servants who have been under attack since day one of the Trump administration. But we cannot support the Republican effort to gut the health care of the American people. Today, House Democrats will introduce legislation to extend the Affordable Care Act tax credits for 3 years, to make sure that tens of millions of Americans don't experience dramatically increased premiums, copays, and deductibles. We believe that working class Americans, middle class Americans, and everyday Americans deserve the same level of certainty that Republicans always provide to the wealthy, the well-off, and the well-connected. The same level of certainty. And so we're calling upon our Republican colleagues to join us and extend the Affordable Care Act tax credits. And we will be working hard today, tomorrow, and throughout the balance of this year to make sure that those Affordable Care Act tax credits are extended. Now, Republicans control the House, the Senate, and the presidency. They own the mess that has been created in the United States of America. They own it. In a few hours, we will convene on the House floor. And our message to the American people is no matter what happens on the floor later on today, our promise to you remains the same. House Democrats will continue to fight to make your life more affordable. House Democrats will continue the fight to address the Republican health care crisis, and House Democrats will fight to extend the Affordable Care Act tax credits. This fight is not over. We're just getting started. We're just getting started. Now, among the many outrageous things that has been said during the Trump Republican shutdown or done during the Trump Republican shutdown, the longest shutdown in American history, is that Donald Trump made the stunning claim that in his mind, he holds two titles, that he has two positions. Donald Trump says that he's both the president and the Speaker of the House. That's what Donald Trump said in the midst of him shutting down the government. And what we've seen from compliant, sycophantic Republicans, corrupt House Republicans, is they continue to go along to get along. They don't function like a separate and co-equal branch of government. From the very beginning of this presidency and all the way through this Trump shutdown, Republicans in the House have continued to act like a wholly owned subsidiary of the corrupt Trump cartel. That may be the House Republican position. For damn sure, it ain't the House Democratic position. Because we know, and what we say to the American people is that we don't work for Donald Trump. We don't work for J.D. Vance. We don't work for your billionaire donors. We work for the American people. And that's what this fight by House Democrats, joined by our colleagues on the other side of the Capitol, has been all about. We work for the American people. As we stand on the Capitol steps, ready to continue this battle on the House floor, a battle that we waged week after week after week, and that will continue regardless of the outcome. We say to the American people that we know you deserve better. You deserve much better than the chaos, the cruelty, and the corruption that you've seen. And so as House Democrats, we're going to continue this fight to lower the high cost of living in a country where America is far too expensive, far too many people struggling to live paycheck to paycheck, can't thrive, and can barely survive. That should not be the case in the United States of America, the wealthiest country in the history of the world. And so as Democrats, we're committed to addressing this affordability crisis. That's what this fight has been all about. And we'll continue to work hard to lower the high cost of living. We'll continue the fight to fix our broken healthcare system. And we'll continue to fight to stand up for Medicaid. We'll continue to fight to stand up for Medicare. We'll continue the fight to stand up for the Affordable Care Act and an extension of the tax credits. We'll continue to fight for your hospitals. We'll continue to fight for your nursing homes. We'll continue to fight for your community-based health clinics. And we'll continue to fight for the principle that in this great country, the wealthiest country in the history of the world, healthcare can't simply be a privilege available only to the wealthy, the well-off, and the well-connected. Healthcare must be a right available to every single American. And that's the fight that House Democrats will continue to wage for the American people. It's now my great honor to yield.
That was Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries just moments ago on the steps of the Capitol talking about the deal that they want to see to extend health care tax credits and vowing to oppose the funding bills when they come up for a vote later today. We're going to take a break here on Florida Live, but we'll be right back. Live look at Daytona Beach from our Hard Rock Hotel camera in Volusia County there. Welcome back into Florida Live. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Wednesday afternoon, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Fox 35 TV. Strong words this morning from the Volusia County Sheriff, Mike Chitwood, in response to the sentencing of a man who was accused and charged in an alleged assault of a school resource officer. Jorge Rivera pleaded no contest back in August. Body camera video showing a confrontation last year at Deltona Middle School, where they were discussing with the school resource officer some accusations against his son. A video showing investigators say that he punched the school resource officer and grabbed their taser. Sentenced today to 45 days in jail. Here is what the judge said as they levied that sentence.
He's not going to let that taser hurt his family, and here we are. In any event, watch the evidence in the case. Maybe you'll respect the court's decision, maybe you won't. The court can't be concerned with whether or not someone respects a court's decision or not. Now the question becomes the sentence. Defense is asking for him to be screened for for veterans court. The court has found that there is substantial competent evidence for the downward departure. The court adopts the sentencing memorandum that's been filed just for purposes of the thoroughness of the record. The actions of Mr. Rivera were the result of an impulsive overreaction to what was transpiring in front of him, the taser going off twice, as well as everything else transpiring in front of him. When the wife interjects herself, and then he's the one that gets the most charges after the wife interjects herself. There's no evidence of planning, preparation, or distinctive and deliberate steps taken by Mr. Rivera. Mr. Rivera was contrite and apologetic on the body-worn camera, in addition to what was presented today, and based upon what was filed, a downward departure is warranted. One moment. It's entirely foreseeable in a deputy's line of work, and it's also tragic that a defendant or suspect will take a swing at a deputy. But in any event, that's not what happened here. This Deputy Curtin got up and gave a statement suggesting that this is just a case where he took a swing. That's all, that's what this is about. We've got a packed courtroom of every law enforcement, and we even had somebody downstairs telling me that the sheriff was coming and wanted me to know because a deputy was attacked. And all I said was that's inappropriate. The reason I said that is because I have to hear both sides. I have to review the evidence, watch the video, respect the court's decision, don't respect the court's decision. It is what it is. So as far as the sentence, it's appropriate that he be screened for vet court. If I do impose jail time in this case, it'll be a county jail sentence. But let's screen him for vet court and see if he's eligible for vet court, and then we'll come back and do that.
So that was a part of what she was talking about with the sentence that she wanted to see imposed, and some of the reasoning for that sentence. The just a little over a month in the county jail. That was not received well by the Volusia County Sheriff. Here is what just a little bit of what Sheriff Chitwood had to say right outside the courtroom after this, and his concern about the message that sends to other law enforcement.
What's your take? You have to respect the judge's decision. I respect it. I think it's asinine. I think that if somebody comes up, no matter who you are, and sticks their finger right in your face, which is what happened, and then you swat it away, all of a sudden, you're the person who was the instigator. So you didn't deserve to get your ass kicked. You deserve to get your taser snatched out of your hand, and you deserve to create chaos. So what that judge just did in that courtroom was she sent a message to Volusia County, all law enforcement, you wear a uniform, okay? If somebody attacks you after they point at you or whatever it is, it's your fault. I don't care what she said. Good conduct medals, he should turn him back in. He's a piece of shit. He's a scumbag, and he went out of his way, attacked our deputy. The place, it was chaos because of what they did. There's a reason she lost her job, okay? There's a reason why we did what we did. There's a reason why we're all here. It's not open season on law enforcement. She made her decision. We got to respect it. We ain't got to like it. And I think law enforcement in Volusia County should know that. I've never seen a judge sit there for 2 hours to justify their decision. When you're talking like that, you're losing. And she knew when she looked out here at all of us that she's blaming the deputy because the guy pointed a finger in your face. Think of it. What's the human reaction if I point at you? All the training in the world, you're going to smack the hand away. And then you're allowed the complete mayhem like that? She didn't mention that he hit her, the force of the shot and how big he was. You know, you can hear it in her voice. Oh, this was all the deputy, it was all the deputy's fault. That's the argument that you get from the woke crowd. Everything's the cop's fault, right? And you know what all this was over at the end of the day? A civil citation. The kid got a civil citation. Kid didn't get a felony.
Frustration from Volusia County Sheriff Mike Chitwood. Those are part of his remarks that we took live earlier on Fox 35 News Plus as he reacted to what he saw today in court. We're going to take a break here on Florida Live, but we'll be right back after this. Welcome back into Florida Live. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Wednesday afternoon, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Fox 35 TV. Our question of the day today on Fox 35 News Plus and throughout the day here on Fox Local has been, what do you think of the McDonald's McRib? Check out the results so far. We also want to hear what you have to say. Go to fox35orlando.com/vote or pull out your phone, scan the QR code you see on your screen right now. Right now, it looks like haven't tried it has a 1 out. Do you love it? Do you hate it? Have you tried it? Or did you not even know it's back? Yes, it is back. I had one for dinner last night. McDonald's McRib officially returned on Tuesday. The legendary limited time menu item has a bit of a cult following. And earlier today on Fox 35 News Plus, I spoke with Alan Klein, who is the creator of the McRib Locator, McRibLocator.com, where folks report sightings of McRib on the menu. And we talked all about the barbecue sandwich.
We've been fortunate. We've had it come in November 11th as the official kickoff for participating locations this year. Sometimes we see it a little bit later in December. So this is a nice treat to get it kicked off here with past election season finishing up, I guess, with the votes, and you can go get a McRib afterward.
What do you think it is about the McRib that has such a, that has kind of led it to get this cult following, if you will? Why do you think it's something that people really anticipate and look forward to?
There are a lot of things that go into what it is about the McRib that people like. I think a lot of it is nostalgia. There's also the part of it's gone, it's back, when's it coming back? And they did a really good job promoting it back in earlier years where it's like, maybe it's gone forever. So that got people really excited, like, okay, well, I gotta go try it because I don't want to miss it, or I don't want to ever have this experience where I can't find it anymore. So people get super excited when it comes back because they get those memories of maybe in their youth or maybe some other experiences that help bring that back to the front.
Alan, you created a McRib locator that's on McRiblocator.com. We're going to pull that up here so people can see it. Talk to us about the backstory here and what made you create this website where people can report sightings of McRib on the menu?
Yeah, so this was kind of a tongue-in-cheek thing back in the day. When I came up with this, I was a meteorologist at the time, and I was thinking about a concept of let's go do storm chasing and be able to find our peers that are out chasing. But then at the particular time, the McRib was back. Yeah, but we're like, wait a minute, we can't get it here in Minnesota. Where can I go to get it? So it pivoted to this idea of instead of chasing storms, now I'm chasing McRibs. So the idea was conceptualized from that. And the best way to do it is with crowdsourcing, right? Because I can't call every single store in the country. So I was like, let's use crowdsourcing to try to help each other find the McRib. So fans of the McRib can go out and say, here's where I found it. Here's where you can find it too. And that becomes much more interesting when you get into parts of like the Northeast of the United States where they don't get the McRib very often. So for those fans, are like, where can I go to get one? And now they have a place they can go and look.
And it's really taken off. I mean, this is a look at the sightings here. We're showing folks the McRib locator map right now. Did you expect this response and seeing this many people reporting sightings? I mean, when you go to the homepage, you can see the latest sighting, and they just continue to come in.
Right. Yeah. It's something that when I originally started, I was like, this would be really cool if it takes off. And then slowly over time, the population of people using it has grown and grown and grown to a point now where it's like, it's super exciting. Like, I love interacting with the other McRib fans because we get together and we kind of share these common things. I really like this. Or in fact, the McRib being a global product, when we go into other markets, we see it offered in different variations of the McRib. So even that's exciting because people start talking about like, hey, would I try that version? Or no, I'd rather just stay with the original.
So what do we know about the McRib's return right now? We know it's back on menus. How long can we expect it? What do we know about its return to the menu right now?
Yeah, right now we know it started November 11th was the nationwide kickoff, if you will. We had some soft launches before that as people got their places spun up and ready to go. And what we typically see is maybe 3 to 4 weeks where the McRib will be on the menu. Sometimes it goes longer, but most of the time it's more in these later releases that we've had the last few years, it's been somewhere between 3 to 6 weeks.
But you were saying its availability kind of differs depending on where you are in the country. Why is that?
Part of that is what McDonald's has always promoted is if you want to have the McRib, let your local store manager know so that then they can feed that up into their groups and say, hey, we should offer the McRib. So I know like in New York City, for instance, there's a couple store owners there. They would love to have the McRib every year. However, they work collectively with another group of McDonald's locations. And as a whole, they say, maybe not this year. So it's really important if you want the McRib back to let your local store manager know.
All right. So what is your favorite part about the McRib, Alan? I got to get your personal take here.
Yeah. It's one of those things like as a fan of pork products in general, I grew up on a hog farm in South Dakota. Like, there's a whole story for me of taking pigs to market, having them McRib afterward. And for me, like that nostalgia is really what kicks it in for me. But I also like the fact that for the longest time, as in terms of a pork product, having the barbecue on there, having the pickles on there, the onion, all that together really had this nice taste. And you couldn't find anything quite like it in the market at the time when it first came out. Nowadays, there's a few other companies that have tried to come up with something sort of some idea, but not always quite exactly as well executed.
Why doesn't McDonald's make it a permanent item if there is this following for it, or is that part of it?
I really think that is part of it. It's one of those things like they did try to run it for like a whole year round, and they found it just didn't sell as well when it was on that full year round basis. So what they found was if we do these more limited releases, we can make sure that we have enough people consuming it that we can keep producing it.
So your message to McRib fans out there, go get the McRib because you don't necessarily know when they're going to run out or when they might get it again.
That's absolutely correct. We've had years where it's been very, very limited. This year's kind of one of those hybrids where most of the country's getting it. Like I said, New England states no. Looks like Nevada no. And the other parts of the Southwest no. But as a whole, it seems like we're doing pretty well. We haven't heard from Alaska or Hawaii yet. But, time will tell.
Time will tell, and time has told. You love the McRib. I feel vindicated here for much of the day. My position, which I was the first one to vote that I love it, it was kind of down, but we have seen a resurgence here with the Florida Live crowd, and I really appreciate you stepping up and showing me some support here that you love the McDonald's McRib. You can continue to vote on the poll, fox35orlando.com/vote, or scan that with your QR code. We appreciate you joining us here on Florida Live. Glad we were able to have a little bit of fun today amid all of the news. It's been a busy last 4 hours for us on Fox Local. Again, continuing to track what's happening in D.C. with votes later today on the government shutdown throughout the evening. So we'll keep an eye on that. Thanks for joining us. Have a great rest of your day. And here's a live look at Daytona Beach right now. We'll see you tomorrow.
Hello, everybody. Meteorologist Noah Bergen here. It's just after 3 o'clock on a Wednesday afternoon, 2025. Big story, other than the cold, was this from last night. The aurora was fan-flippin-tastic. Wow, wow, wow. It was amazing, 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 amazing. Let me take this full so you can see some of the pictures here. This was last night from St. Cloud, from Alexandra Opal. Yeah, how about that? Stunner. Now, this is rare. Does not happen often, but you're going to have another chance to see it tonight. So this was the aurora from last night in St. Cloud, which was, again, a truly stunning view of something we will not see that often. Now, the aurora does happen pretty often. It just not normally is visible this far south. That's the rare thing. Now, last night, you needed really a camera to see it. So that was from St. Cloud. This was from Denellen last night. Really, really cool. And tonight, they're talking about potentially a stronger geomagnetic storm that's going to make this visible even further south. And we're going to talk about why that is coming up here over the next few minutes. So thank you for watching on YouTube, Facebook, and Fox Local. Hope everybody's doing good today. Hello, Gerald, Nancy, Buzz, Ted Bullens. Let me know where you're watching from. Hello, hello, hello. How are you? How is everybody doing on this Wednesday? So that was last night in Denellen. This was also last night from the Midwest. So this is from Evansville, Indiana. So notice the difference between here in the Midwest. The vibrancy and everything gets even bigger. So tonight and tomorrow, we're going to have another chance to see this. The areas in yellow are going to be where you likely need a camera to see it. In red, it'll be visible to the naked eye without any camera. Now, notice, sadly, the red is well to our north, from about Oregon through Colorado, Kansas, Missouri, Kentucky, Illinois, parts of Tennessee, Virginia, West Virginia. That's kind of the further south. Now, in yellow, which does come down to our area, likely to really see it, you need a camera on a long exposure setting. It's possible you can see it tonight if the storm trends stronger with the naked eye. But that's kind of the locations tonight, if you will. So the maximum possible viewing is that white line. Now, there was a spot in Mexico last night that did see it. So I guess it's possible if this geomagnetic storm trends stronger, we could see it more with the naked eye here tonight. We will let you know how our friends at NASA say that this is progressing. But a reminder of what auroras are is it's a pulse of giant energy from the sun. It gets ejected off the surface of the sun. And solar storms generally occur in cycles. They're about 8 to 12 years or something like that, generally about 11 years. And solar activity does have a role in Earth's weather and its climate. The solar activity, higher or lower solar activity, 100% does influence our Earth. Now, essentially what a solar storm is, geomagnetic storm, it's a pulse of charged particles that gets shocked and sent off the surface of the sun, and then when it comes towards Earth, it interacts with Earth's magnetic field. Remember, we do have polarity on Earth. There's north and south pole. Now, this does not have the chance to change the poles. I had a question last night, good question. A polar reversal, which is a rare thing that we'll hope happens someday, hopefully not in our lifetimes, when Earth's poles can shift. There's movies and conspiracies about this. The polarity of Earth cannot change from a solar storm. That is from within the Earth's crust and surface of things changing. So just to clarify what a solar storm can impact, that's what it can't. What it can, satellites, GPS, satellite TV, cell phone towers, power grids. Now, in known history, there have only been a handful of extreme solar storms that have wiped out power grids, that have taken down satellites, that have caused mass failure and chaos. Most notably, there was one in the 1800s and one in the earlier 1900s. We really haven't had one in the modern era. There's been a few, but since like 1930, 40, since we've had modern communication, there's only been a handful that are really to the point of crippled power outages, power grids, things like that. We don't know. Tonight's probably will remain below that, but we will see. So essentially what happens is the solar burst gets sent off from the surface of the sun, and then as those charged particles interact with Earth, depends on what type of particle they are. Generally, oxygen and nitrogen interact with them, and the oxygen ones produce the red and the green lights, which is what we had last night, and nitrogen ones produce pink and blue lights. So the auroras last night was generally on the red side through most of North America, which means there was a lot of oxygen interacting with those particles that were sent off from the surface of the sun. If you have a question, comment, and concern, please put it in the feed on Facebook, YouTube here. And we are also streaming on Fox Local. And a reminder, those of you that are on Fox Local, you will see a 2-minute break coming up from 3:10 to 3:12, and then from 3:20 to 3:22. But Facebook, YouTube friends, we will keep on trucking here. So essentially what an aurora is that the shape of the aurora depends on where you are on Earth in relation to Earth's magnetic field. They can look like they're pillars. They can look like they're like dancing in the night sky. It really is actually quite fascinating of how it all works. So essentially what happens is that those particles come off the sun and they interact with mostly nitrogen and oxygen in our atmosphere, and depending on which type is there, it produces different colors, and they look like pillars in the sky. The whole sky is a color. It's more muted. There's layers of colors. It really is fascinating how exactly that it happens. Let me see some of your comments, questions, and concerns. Let's pull up get some comments cooking here. Robert Taylor on Facebook. This is the aurora borealis. This was the result of an explosive solar ejection resulting in a high. Well, sounds like you nailed the description here, my friend. This is good. We'll pop it up. So will we see this in the sky tonight, Tiffany's Empire? Yes, you will, Tiffany's Empire, and I will show you that one more time coming up in a second. So Robert Taylor here just asked. Cold, and this morning we had some big time cold. I mean, look at the cold here. Temperatures this morning: 29 in Ocala, 29 in Gainesville, 33 in the Villages. A lot of these places were new records. Let me look on Facebook. The Southern Lights are active in Australia too, says Frayne. Yes, they are. Hope we could see them in Four Corners tonight, Missy. I believe you will. I believe you will, Missy, in Four Corners tonight. What's up, Titusville? Fran, hello again. So here were the lows this morning. It was frosty. 33 in the Villages, 29 in Ocala, 29 in Gainesville, 37 in Palm Coast, 45 in Titusville. Now, it was not as cold on the Space Coast thanks to some influence off the warmer Atlantic waters. But we will see. So We'll see what happens. Yeah, I'm just reading some new things now, and it looks like the Space Weather Center is unsure of how intense the solar storm is going to be tonight. So we'll see what happens. It's not really certain yet. But this was from meteorologist Brooks Garner from this morning, and you can see the frost that we had on the cars. This was in Lake Mary in our parking lot. So it was in fact a frosty morning, as it was expected to be. And you can see it's actually a pretty heavy frost. This was again in Lake Mary from this morning. Pretty heavy frost out there. Let me know if you saw frost in your hometown. I don't get up that early, so I would not have seen it myself. But this was from Ocala this morning, which clearly you can see we did have a pretty decent frost here on the grass. I'll zoom in for you so you can see. Yeah, we had a decent frost on the landscape there, on all the treetops and the grass. This was from Ocala this morning, and of course it was a completely pristinely clear morning in Ocala from earlier today. So the cold is moving on out, and it's going to be gone before too much longer. In fact, I will show you the latest modeling for today. Pull this up to Orlando. Appreciate everybody watching on Facebook, YouTube, Fox Local. So here's today's European computer model. Pull this up for you. So here's the temperatures over the next through Thanksgiving, and notice we go from 67 today back to 80 for the weekend right here, and then next week we're into the 80s, and we're maybe even into the upper 80s right before Thanksgiving, and then another huge cold front likely coming in around just after Thanksgiving.